Oh, good, it worked. I was afraid because I couldn't test it with how the audio stops working. All right, image is slightly dark on the right side. I'll stand over here where it's brighter because if I go over here, it's evil Shelby time. Anyway, okay. Today we are software archiving. We set up the Alaritech Auto Publisher LS. Yesterday we just double checked all of it was working again. Tested it, found a few flaws. I have fixed those flaws now.
ELASTEK 007 subscribe with Prime. End of line.
Plastic 007, thank you for the Prime sub. And
Fallox subscribed at tier 2. They've subscribed for 46 months, currently on a 46-month streak. End of line.
Especially if you stay behind chat, well, I can't get over there.
Tier 1. They've subscribed for 37 months, currently on a 9-month streak, and says 37 months. End of line.
First off, Follow X, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Thank you for that. And for 46. Counting 46. Thank you, Follow X. And Helicroft, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 37 months. Thank you. FPS low? I don't know. Ask other people. Okay. Whatever. I don't care about whatever. Okay. It is choppy. Okay. Let me see. I'm not dropping frames on this end. Oh, I'm dropping frames on my home internet. Hooray! Well, I can't do anything about that. 3,000 kilobits per second, and see if that lets it stabilize. So yeah, if my home internet's a bit pooey, there's not a lot I can do about that. So I had nearly halved the bit rate there. We'll see if that makes a difference. It's nothing else I can really do.
360S subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 26-months. And says 26 is a lot of months. It's a substantial fraction of my time on Twitch.
End of line.
Belgiumet says CHEER 100 here. Have 100 bits to soften the blow of the new video setup stinking.
End of line.
New video setup stinking? What are you talking about?
Oraku says CHEER 100S-O it's a cocks up. Situation normal.
End of line.
Okay, hold on here before I lose it. Go Gadget, thank you for the Prime sub and for 26 months. I appreciate that. That is a long time. And Ben, thank you for the 100 bits, and Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. On that, the video stuff. Oh, yeah, you guys can see that, right? Why can you see that? That's supposed to be on the other corner. What? There we go. That string is there specifically to hang off of the corner of that light box so that I don't hit my head on it. Anyway, yes, that light is off. We'll be doing archiving and it causes bad reflections. I have a secondary light pointed at the CD so that we can get the labels lit. Anyway, Blackmagic Intensity Pro 4K is now in the capture.
I100, I just like trains.
End of line.
I'm a cat. Thank you for the 100 bits. Well, you'll be happy to know that we have... Oh, wait, there are no trains in SimCity 2000. Or are there? Yeah, there are. You use them to go to other cities. So we got SimCity 2000 here for trains. So there you go. If I wanted, I got A Train around here somewhere. I could try and find that, too. Who do I think I am? LGR? What are you talking about? Every single one of those is different, and only about half of my copies of SimCity 2000. Okay. Intensity Pro 4K card for the ATEM, HDMI audio, everything works better now. So, there we go. Yeah, I never really messed around with the trains too much in SimCity 2000 now that I think about it. It's so easy to make your city big by just balancing the zones. Anyway, you know what? I'm gonna go grab A Train actually, because I've never played it. And maybe this could be the motivation I need for that. All right. Oh, is it floppies? Never mind. We're not touching floppies today. The whole goal is to use the Alaritech. All right. No A Train.
Imlicat says UNI100S-TREAM train I-FICATION achieved.
End of line.
I'm
a cat. Thank you for the 100 bits again. Okay. He's using a pseudo transmitter link in a generic sense. Lost all container formats, codecs, whatever. Changing yesterday, perhaps. I'm not sure what you're saying, Ben, but yeah. We are using RTMP right now. The problem was the Office setup here has dropped 740 frames total, 2%. That's not the problem. The problem was the home server dropping frames out to Twitch. It has dropped 11,000 or 33%. But I lowered the bit rate so that it's not trying to cram as much data through the unstable pipe. So I lowered the bit rate on the server, not from the Office. This is the first time they're actually almost close to each other as well. Okay. So here's our goal. We're gonna shuck all of the games, get the jewel cases out. Actually, we're gonna do this one at a time, or, oh man. Yeah, we're gonna stack the jewel cases, actually. So we are gonna pull all of the jewel cases out, and then we will start the rip queue on the Alaritech. Like I mentioned yesterday, we're gonna do 6 first, which is probably gonna be the first 5 or so here, because I also realized that I have one of the Quake expansion packs. It's going to be the first 4 because I have both Quake expansion packs in the Quake box. So we'll start with that, work our way through. So, but the goal is to start 6, load up the first bin with 6, and then process the rest of them into the next bin. That way, we have the first bin working as we go through and populate the rest of the data. Okay, consider change of career ISP arsonist. Shh, you don't know what I do in my spare time. Okay, let me cover some other things. So, yesterday, Draken failed to create FLAC files. Turns out the MusicBrainz data was incomplete and it was missing the year. So I added a new error handling option. When it prints out conversion to worky, it now actually reads the error data that is passed and prints it out after that. And it said that the year key was non-existent. So I added handling for MusicBrainz data entries not being complete. Makes a lot of sense. So that's fixed. Then I added a checkbox on the JavaScript front end to prefix the file name with a timestamp when you click the submit button. So that's how I handled timestamping, and I'm okay with that for now. We'll run that today, see how I like that, but that's the current plan for that. And then I added an option to pause the queue by literally making a file called pause in the input directory. So it's CLI only for right now, or UI if you want to go in and like make a file or whatever, but you can at least pause the queue processing now. I'll have to add a checkbox to the web UI to create or delete the file later, but I didn't want to deal with file management through the web interface for right now. So that's not implemented, but I can pause the queue through the file thing. The reason I added file pausing is because let's say we get this much ripped and then I look at the clock and we got 20 minutes left. I don't want it to start on this much. I want it to stop here. So when it's paused, it'll finish whatever is in the drives currently and then it will not load anymore. That's the objective. So, okay. I'll also try to look up in Discogs. A lot of albums tags that are not in MusicBrainz. I don't know. Do they have like a good API for that? Because I'm not web scraping and it has... really don't like the idea of adding a second API. But yeah. I don't know. That's a future thing. I will say, as far as the video controller software, I looked it up. There's already a Python library for interfacing with ATEMs, so that part will be super easy. So I need to add support for whatever my VGA switcher is down there. I don't think it has a model number on it. I think it's just Extron switcher. Yeah, MPX 366A. Okay, so it's probably the exact same input, asterisk, output, exclamation point for video and audio ties. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I just need to plug a serial adapter in, which, yoink, I have right there. And then we'll integrate the ATEM stuff, and we can work on that. Okay. So, does have API, a little bit of documentation too. All right. Okay. Perhaps it's feature creep. Well, I don't know. I'm not against the idea.
Says CHER.
Got your late no deck talk.
End
of line.
Are you not hearing deck talk right now? Because I'm hearing the deck talk. And I think it's being transmitted. But Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Ban Python ATEM library. Oh gosh. That's why you write your own API, CD, ID, techtangents.net, have it farm queries, some MusicBrainz, and Discogs. Oh gosh. Deck Talk Audible. Okay. Just heard that. Okay, perfect. Python client by. Oh, well, that actually sounds pretty nice then. There is a MusicBrainz client. I don't know who makes it. Okay. Last thing. Once we get started, we have a secondary objective. We're going to build a Lego, not Lego thing while the queue is processing. So, because once we set it up, we're not going to have anything else to do. So we're going to do this once we get it to the point where all disk information is input into the queue. Now, here is your part. Twitch viewers, that's right, those of you who bailed to YouTube, you're going to have to come back now. Twitch viewers, go ahead and vote in a poll. Which one do you want to do first? Bender or the Planet Express ship? They're both about the same number of pieces. I imagine they're about the same complexity. Actually, I imagine that one's a little bit harder to put together because a bunch of the pieces are going to be mirrored on this and not take as long. So, yeah. The poll is going to run for 5 minutes because we're probably going to go ahead and start setting up the queue information for the next couple of discs while that still runs. That'll give people time to jump in and for other people to explain it. So, all right. Speaking of which, it is time. So, if you have not seen my past video broadcast, whatever you want to think about it, this is an Alaritech Auto Publisher LS. This is a CD robot that has 3 trays, 3 bins, and an arm that can move discs between them all. Vote in the poll, not chat. Yeah, no, this is a real poll. A real actual Twitch poll, not the on-screen poll. So ignore this one. I'm doing a real poll so that it's different. Anyway. Why not both? Because the chat poll is meant for instant feedback and it doesn't allow people to come in and then see it. That's meant to give me an answer in like 30 seconds, not 5 minutes. So, all right, what we're doing is we're going to go ahead and load up some disks and populate the information. So over on the computer, let me bring up my controller so I can switch camera angles here. Over on the computer, I have my web front end where I can type in the name of something and then I'll leave this box checked to prefix the name of the timestamp for the output directories. But we're going to be able to rip the disks automatically using my software. So let's go ahead and work through some of these and see what we've got going on. Hold on, let me fix my chat over here. And let's see, software, let's bring this upper right, and this lower left. Okay, and chat refresh. I actually have internet here today, crazy, and as long as the internet doesn't blow up, my plan is to use my phone over here for filming because that angle is not going to be ideal. Okay. All right, so we have our first 2 discs here. You know what? I can just set up the phone right now while I'm thinking about it. I should just do that. Also, let me go ahead and make it so that I can see more chat when I'm looking this way.
Oraku says CHGER 100 internet in the office. What craziness is this? Next
Yeah,
you'll have
no
electricity
kidding.
and stuff.
End of line.
Is it sad that I was really surprised that my clock was not reset overnight this morning, that the power didn't go off? Oh, it's the little things in life that matter, you know? All right. So there's our secondary camera view. We'll use this here while we are setting stuff up. So we've got Quake, Scourge of as the first one. Why is this not like auto-focusing? That's weird. Normal focus, continuous. There we go. All right, Scourge of Armagon. Okay. I'm pretty sure people just call this one Scourge. Let's go ahead and pop on over to here. So, Quake, Scourge, nope, there's no A. Scourge. Yeah, Scourge. Can't say that's a word I've ever typed. Okay. So we do need to put that into the machine. But this is where this gets weird and why we need to do this in a particular way. So we're going to build our queue in reverse, and then I'm just going to drop these in. This gets... Right, yeah, we pop these in one at a time. That's what we do. Okay. I'm trying to remember how to do this. Okay. So the first one is going in. I'm gonna... It drops way down there. Hold on. Let's do this. Put that down. Start it. Scourge. It should grab and rip it. For the record, I am ripping to a removable drive so I can actually take this home and get these uploaded to my server for once. All right, now we do dissolution. This will go into the next drive down below. Quake dissolution. All right, start that rip. All right, so it's this and then this, and then I could actually take Drake and then Quake. Drake and Quake, that's what oh my gosh. All right, let's grab Shadow Warrior. Unfortunately, I don't have a great plan for how to handle the boxes while I'm doing this. So what I might do is just leave the boxes. I don't know. Maybe I put them back over here on their side as I work on this. There we go. Hopefully I don't need the stream computer keyboard because I'm about to bury the cable. Okay. I will put the ones that are in bags back in bags after. Okay. So, Shadow Warrior. One disc. Easy. Okay. So, I'll pump that in there. All right. That'll go there. And then Shadow Warrior. No, that was too many eyes. There we go. And go. No scanner handy. It's already taken pictures of the disc. What more do you want? What do you think a scanner is going to do with this? All right, now we're at the point where we can start putting discs in the bin, and it won't be picking them up immediately. All right. Duke 3D. Mousepad inside is MIA, unfortunately. I keep looking for one on eBay. Fakes are now running rampant. I felt like 3D Realms themselves found like a storage bin full of them, and then I thought they were going to sell them, and then they didn't. Anyway, Duke 3D. We could add this to the queue, but now we are reverse queuing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the next 3 boxes all at once and get the jewel cases out so we can populate them all at once here. So it's Duke 3D. Duke it out in DC. Wow, this is difficult to get out. Alright, Duke it out in DC, which... I guess these are the same. I'm guessing I consolidated a loose copy with a not loose copy. Linear CCD element right up next to each bin. How many discs are left? Oh, well, Ben, now you're getting close to a really good idea here. A linear CCD scanner built into the top of the drive, and as it closes the tray, it just scans the CD. Okay, Nuke It. Oh, I thought I grabbed one of the other ones. This is fine. Okay, it's one of the annoying ones. It's so deep in there. I gotta pull this out. Just, Do you have dimensions of paths and dimensions of the machines? Those are fake. They are by Machine Gun Games, and they are only in the digital one. So, no. Okay, so it's Duke 3D, It Out in DC, and Duke 3D Nuke It. Okay. Duke 3D. Okay. And then we can't actually do that. Duke 3D DC. Duke 3D Nuke It. Okay, so now Nuke It DC 3D. All right. From here, this gets a little different. So we put these in reverse order over there. Now I'm going to use this. Man, I am not I'm not keeping ahead of this. It's pulling the next one out already. Oh gosh. Okay, time of T2K, Windows 95. Did it just put 2 in? Oh gosh, it's so fast. Wait, am I only gonna be able to just barely keep up? Am I gonna be busy the whole stream? I don't want that. Oh no. Okay. Okay. T2K, Windows 95. No, yes. T2K, Win 95. Start rip. Okay, that just adds it to the queue. Okay, I'm not gonna bother rebagging these for the moment. Oh gosh, I don't have this one in here. It's probably at home. Oh no. Is that empty? No, Nuke It's still in there. Okay. Buy a slower disk drive? I know, right? Okay. Jones in the Infernal Machine. Okay. Oh, it's sealed? No, it's retaped. Oh, it's retaped and it's annoying. Skip. Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. Okay, why are there 2 copies? What's Saga? There's an expansion? There's still a disc in there. Okay. Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. Control A, copy. Start rip. These have to go upside down. Oh gosh! No, it's gonna need Tempest in a second. Okay, Galactic Battlegrounds, and then Galactic Battlegrounds, Saga? Saga. I don't know what that is. Start. Upside down. Because I'm pretty sure this. Oh my gosh. That. Oh my gosh, it's Saga 1 and 2. Saga 2. 2. Start rip. Okay. The queue is empty. It is out of discs. There, go. The machine went to point. It has to wait. You need a second start rip button at the top? I'm not sure what you mean. Okay. Battlegrounds, Saga, go. Oh, man. Racer. Is it? It's not in there. Okay. NASCAR. That one's heavy. Oh my gosh. We're like halfway through already. Okay, the bags are too slick. They make these impossible to stack. Oh. Ah. Ugh. Just need these to like not be here. Okay. NASCAR racing. It's very simple because it's just that. Okay. NASCAR racing.
100 unique British drives, then the queue would be longer.
End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh gosh. Okay. Next, NASCAR racing track pack. No pause button. There is a pause button. But why pause when go fast? NASCAR racing track pack. Go. Like yesterday, it should be hands off, make sure spindles are full, put together future legs, look very straight. Yeah, I was not expecting it to be this fast. I need to apparently book it. I think the play in the future might be to prep all of the jewel cases in advance. I think it might be me trying to take them out of the boxes and stuff first. Incredible game, by the way. I found out it's on Dreamcast recently, and now I'm going to buy it, and it's going to be expensive because Dreamcast games are always expensive. Anyway, wacky races. Wacky races.
A swarm of dead insects, says Sonic the CG Ripper Hedgehog, gotta go past CHER 101.
End of line.
Okay. Dungeon Keeper. Okay, do I have any expansion packs or anything in this? Because there's like multiple jewel cases. I might have just put multiple, if there was, okay, that looks the same, but they are different. Were there different versions or something? Okay, I'm just gonna put Dungeon Keeper in here. We'll hope that one actually has like a little bit of a scuff on it. That one looks pristine. We'll go with that one. Okay. I'll put this one back in there. Dungeon Keeper. Start. Oh gosh. The weird Maxis game, Marble Drop. It's so good. There are 2 CDs left. Marble Drop. Start. See, ripping 80% tools is a speedrun, yeah. Strife. Come here. Strife. Really, I just need the ability to hit enter to submit these. That would make a huge difference. Hey, look, the original plastic wrap that was on Strife because I bought it brand new. Okay. We gotta do Croc 1, then Croc 2. We're not animals here. Croc. That box art's incredible. I love simple 3D box art. Oh, it's so complicated. Is that an AOL free hours disc in there? I think it is. Croc. Probably one of the best games ever. I am happy to hear there's a fellow Croc enjoyer. Lapse timer for the queue on the page would be cool. Visual design of live split. I don't think it's going to be this frenetic once we get a queue actually going here. Like I could, since all drives are currently operational, pad out what we have in here right now. That is now a pretty decent queue. Okay. Croc 2. I love it when the jewel case is right at the top. Makes my life so much easier. Okay, I didn't think I was gonna like this like weird spindle thing. I love it. It's so convenient for this. Oh, this is heavy. Okay, I have to open this off camera. One of these has personal information I keep meaning to throw away and just keep forgetting to. Okay. It's not this one. Okay. Why is there no background special edition and white background special edition? Who knows? Okay. SC 2000 special. The box is getting scanned. Watch all the content. So he puts back. Look on my wiki. Every single box is photographed in high resolution already. Photographing them is better for metal foil things like that because if you scan, they just look dark and weird. But every single one of these is already on my wiki. Okay, CD collection. That one looks a little gross. That one also looks a little gross, but it looks less gross. Well, Sanity, that's why we have queue ordering. Wait, did I enable that? FIFO. False! No! I'm gonna have to actually pay attention. It's set for speed. No wonder it's going so fast. Oh, gosh. I didn't add CD collection. SC 2000 collection. Start. Okay, SimCity 2000 Network Edition. The rarest one by far, that's also kind of the stupidest. And there. SC 2000 Network. Okay. Boom, start rip. All right, everything is queued. Look at those CD photos. Oh, that's sweet. All right, I think we actually have like a real queue built up here now, so I think we can leave this be for a moment. Oh, the rarest, excuse me, is an N64. I didn't say it was rarest. At least for the PC versions, I would suspect it's the rarest. All right. Let me pop these into the bottom once it's done. Oh, gosh. There we go. That is a queue. Okay. Poll. Let me look at the poll. Bender won. Okay. Bender it is. Think a Linux one would be the rarest? There is no Linux copy of SimCity 2000. You're thinking 3000. It is very rare. Ask me how I know. All right. I'm a little nervous. I shouldn't even start this because I feel like we're not even close to having enough time. Feel like I could rip 100 discs of stream with this setup right now. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make the phone camera bigger. But leave it so you can see the queue on the side. You have a running eBay search? I have for years. So long. Okay. Here we go. So, this is Brickcraft Futurama. So, I don't know what to expect from this, other than I assume all of the bits are in there. And it does say there's an instruction manual included, so that's good. Yeah, let's find out what this is. Okay. I guess we have a glued top. I don't see like a fold thing. It just failed. Huh. So it tried to put that disc in and then it like missed for some reason. I don't know how. It was like it homed improperly. And then it got down to about here and then decided it didn't detect the tray and then went back up and then released the disc and dropped it from way up high. So here's what I did. I paused the queue. It's going to finish ripping these two drives, and then I'm going to copy out all of the data objects that haven't been processed yet. And I'm going to I'm going to add them back after restarting it, I guess. So I need it to finish everything that's there, though. So the prefix naming just came in handy because if I didn't do that, I would have to like look at the file modification times or something. But now I think I can just drop them all back in and it'll do it by date. Okay. Well, in the meantime, let's get the box open. All right. Yeah, so there's no folds, so we do have to tear the top. Which, I think I want to grab something flat to hole in this from under with, so I don't have to, like, crinkle the edges. If I had a scraper, that would be sweet. I do own one. I don't think it's here, because it shouldn't be. It's not like I'm ripping up linoleum here. By the way, shout out to anyone who has ever ripped up linoleum. It sucks. You know what? Giant knife will do. You have a log of what went wrong? It was a mechanical issue. There's nothing I can get out of that. It will have thrown some kind of error and response code, but it doesn't matter. All right, here we go. Let's get this open. Well, that almost worked well. Ah, it's just plain white paper. Good. Okay. Resident Australian, I feel obliged to say this. Linoleum, been there, done that. Feel your pain? Yes. Not sure there's any positives linoleum. Yeah. What are we archiving today? Software, but mostly PC games. Is it licensed? I think it is. I'm not 100% sure. I don't, but I think it is. Yeah, it says made in China, not, well, I don't know. We'll see. I'm curious if there's going to be, yeah, they're completely, let's go with third-party blocks. All right. I love how it's ages 8+ for the robot with, I guess it's, yeah, it's beer and then there is a cigar somewhere in here, I'm pretty sure too. Right? No. Oh, there is no cigar. Oh, okay. That's a lot of bags. This is a very small area to assemble this in, I'm now feeling. Let me put this here so it's visible. Now you want that bender? Never like seeing a blade heading towards user under force. Yeah, I know. Trust me, I was very well aware of what I was doing. So, okay. I think it will have finished the ripping, and then it is not ejecting from here. So let me double check the output. I'm gonna stop this for a second. Okay, output. Just now. Okay, what did we get through? There was music in there? No, okay. So NASCAR racing is next. The track pack is what it tried to put in there. Oh no, that was NASCAR racing. Okay, so NASCAR racing would be next. Guess who's enabling FIFO when they restart this, by the way? So let's go ahead and kill this. FIFO, true. And then let's empty the drives actually first. NASCAR racing and beyond. Let's go into the input here to, oh my gosh, we are more than half done already. We just ripped. Oh my gosh. Oh wow, this is fast. Holy moly. Wow. FIFO will be slightly slower, yes. All right. Let me grab these two discs out of the trays, and then we're going to go ahead and just recase everything here so that it can be out of the way. Put in a lot of work. It's paying off, I guess. I did not I really didn't think it would be so manic to keep up with this thing. Wow. Okay, let's just go through these for now. That was Saga 1 and 2. So everything here down. Oh my gosh. All right, so now we get to see the benefit to the reverse of this. So I just set the discs in the stacks, and then in theory, with FIFO, they should come out pretty close to in order. We'll see, because I forgot to check FIFO. So it looks like Shadow Warrior ripped before. Oh, Shadow Warrior took forever to rip for some reason. That's weird. Okay. An actual Galactic Battleground. Why is this labeled Disc 1 install? There's nothing else in there. Oh! Oh no! Okay. We'll just add a Galactic Star. You know, I'm gonna refresh page here really quick. Refresh. That's right, I can't. Ah, man. Okay, well, I have to add disc 2, I suppose. So this goes to the top of the stack. Cool. I can stay down there for now. Okay, T2K Windows. Nuke it. Actual Duke 3D. Duke it out in DC. Which one's the naily one? It's that one. Okay, and then Reptile. Because, I mean, not, you know, obviously. You know, it's a shame that song's not on there. Good thing you noticed there's a second disc? Yeah, that would have been annoying. It explains why Saga had 2 discs, though. I thought it was just DLC, but apparently not. And Draken. Okay, so these are done. I'm going to put these over there. And now I'm going to put this back. I'm going to manually add Galactic Battlegrounds Disc 2. And then I'll copy in the rest of the queue. You ever made any Duke maps? Duke, no. Doom, yes. They were not published, though. Okay. So. FIFO is enabled. Save that just to be sure. Let's go back to this. The software didn't crash. For the record, let's see. Did it do anything? Pause, pause, pause. That means that I killed it. Let's see. Updating API. Paused. Queue is paused. I didn't know it would stop ejecting when paused. That part's kind of annoying. I might, bin was empty, disk not inserted. Okay, we got our error. So this is the error code from the robot. Yeah, I don't know what that means. APLS. Wiki.TechTangents. Alera Tech Auto Publisher. LS. Okay. So the response code should be decoded somewhere here. Okay. It's not the like exact same, is it? SO8. Binary value, no disk found. Okay, apparently I didn't totally document that. E is definitely error, so it's error 12 for command 03. Status was 08. This is all garbage. Don't pay attention to that. Basically sensor position nonsense. Yeah, so command 303. Hold on. There is no 303. Move up. There's gotta be. Load 3. Okay, 3. You know what? I got no clue. I don't know why it erred. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to, like, pay attention. That's annoying. I don't think I'm doing anything weird with the load routine. So I don't know why that would have erred. The only thing I can think is that the NASCAR disc was thinner. And maybe it didn't push the sensor correctly, but it doesn't really look thinner. I mean, maybe slightly, but not like the Pops in Space was. That one was ridiculous. I don't know. Okay. Let's restart this. Reload. Alright. Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. Yoink. That's wrong. Yoink. Yoink. There we go. Paste. Disk. 2. Start rip.
Sleepy Developer subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 13 months.
End of line.
Sleepy, thank you for the Tier 1 sub and for 13 months. I appreciate that. Okay. Now, we're going to put NASCAR into temp. And we'll see what it does. Hello, RF programmer. Worked fine on that one. right, I'm going to add the next one so we can load the bottom drive, because the bottom drive is technically the one that failed. Out of curiosity, does anyone know if Glob sort stuff alphabetically by default? So that worked correctly. I think it's releasing a little high. So the bottom drive position might need to be better calibrated. All right, well, we'll just hope file creation date is what it uses. There we go. Whee! Okay, so we got Wacky Races, Dungeon Keeper. Does that look correct? Wacky Races, Dungeon Keeper, Marble Drop, Strife, Croc, Special Collection Network. Okay, they all got added in the correct order. We're good. Okay. Let's continue. Hope for the best. All right, where'd the directions go? So the Infernal Machine was empty? Oh, no, it's taped. We can add that to the queue, actually. Oh, wait, that would have to go on the bottom. Screw that. Okay, where'd the direction book go? There it is. All right, I kind of wish I'd put you know what? I kind of can. Okay, here we go. This is the top to the rack for the streaming equipment. I didn't screw it on because I was messing with stuff, but I'm going to use that as like a shelf. Keep the untouched stuff on for right now. Okay. So, here we go. The instructions are not, they look, you know, surprisingly like some other companies' instructions. All right. Let's see if it tells us by bag. Okay, so we're going with bag 1 to start. All right. Find bag number 1. That's 3. That's also 3. That's 4. This 1. That's 2. So this is 1. Okay. That's also 1, and that's 3. Okay. Nothing else? No. All right. Look like Duplo? Yeah. Step 1, open all bags. Contest? Yeah. Supposed to be wacky, not whacky? Oh, I may have screwed that up. You are correct. Oh, well. It's too late now. All right. So we got small pieces, big pieces. I am going to be smart. I'm going to dump small pieces towards the hardware over here. That way it is more difficult to lose them. And then big pieces over here. Ben, I gotta be honest, I don't think I have built a Lego set since 2018, and before that, it wouldn't have been since I was a child. And that one was really small, so I wouldn't count that as like actual experience. And I'm pretty sure they didn't do bag numbering like this then, or at the very least, an impatient child would not have looked at the bag order and thought, that's a good idea. They would have just opened every bag, dumped them all to a giant pile. So. All right, let's begin. So step 1, we need the angle piece. Check. We need 2 of these. And we need a tall piece. I don't remember ever seeing a tall piece. What is that nonsense? That feels like a fake piece. Okay. So we put this on one side. Okay. And then we put, I don't know, a belly button piece. I got no idea what that is either. On the other side. Along with 2 1x2s. All right. Think Deck Talk is silent? I don't think it is. Deck Talk has been working all stream, as far as I'm aware. Okay, and then we have some kind of cursed, like, studs on both sides piece. Yeah, that's evil. Okay, put that there. All right. Next page. Builder tip, sorting. Really? They're almost all the same color. They want you to sort by color. It's all just gray. It's not silent on cheers, seems to ignore gift subs. Have I been getting gift subs and I didn't realize it? Is that broken? Did they change the API or something? I was not made aware. Swarm, thank you for the gift sub. I appreciate that. I don't know why that did not trip. I wonder if it's because it was a single gift sub. You did a gift sub earlier too? Oh no. If you gift a single gift sub, my code for blocking out multi-gift subs is probably hiding it. Ah. Okay, well, Wesley, thank you for the gift sub, and Swarm, thank you for the gift sub. I appreciate that. Okay, well, that's good to know. All right, all right, yep. If someone wants to be really fancy, they could submit an issue on GitHub for that. All right, we need another one of these weird tall pieces. Put that there, and then another belly button piece. I don't know what this is. Wait, we need 2 more pad pieces? Yeah, 2 more spacers. Dude, what cursed nonsense are they coming? Oh my gosh, this seems like such a fragile piece. What? Like, this looks like you screwed up in CAD and you got just stuff floating now. Oh my gosh. Okay. Do that. And then these were over here. You got the side pieces. New issue, issued my attempt at this, and yours is broken. AI generated Lego? I don't know. There should be another one of that side piece. There it is. Okay. Non-Euclidean Lego pieces? I know, right? Okay, so we are at this stage. Okay, so we got that. And we got 2 really big flat pieces that we put... Wait, they want another piece in the middle, though. I want one of these in the middle. Oh, and then we use the cursed pieces. Cool. I hate these. That just feels so wrong, man. I don't like that. We put that on... Oh, they want a gray one there. Oh my gosh, not this. Pulling that off feels like a dangerous maneuver. Okay, wait a minute. These are aligned differently. What? Okay, this is truly madness. Biblically accurate Lego pieces. Lego Escher. Oh, man. Okay. These go on the sides. Was there supposed to be a piece in the middle that fills that in? No, we just have voids? Sure, why not? Okay. So we got this. Okay. Then we get into some real fine detail stuff. There is a corner piece. This is like the one piece everyone wants in the Corvette expansion in No Man's Sky. And we put one stud in there, and then this goes face down like this. This goes, that's the wrong one. I need the mirror of this. That. This seems fitting for Bender, yeah. Okay, so that goes there, and then this goes here. Okay. I expect we're going to mirror that, but still just leave it. Okay. We got one of these. So I made my own Lego model of a car at one point, and I used one of these as a valance in the back for air channeling. I thought I was so clever. Okay, so we put this on like that, and then we do some kind of weird corner thing like that, and then we put a flat on like this. Corvette expansion, what, 01? Yeah, the name Corvette goes back a lot farther than that. It means some kind of fancy pants ship. There were boat Corvettes. Okay, we need a crooked piece. And then we need a single weird CAD mistake piece that's offset. I really don't like these. These offend me on a visceral level. Okay, does Lego actually make those? Does anyone know offhand? Do they make this like hack job cheater piece? I don't like this. Okay. We then put a weird plate on. It hangs off the back. And we put one of the gray ones here. And then one of the other more different gray ones here. Seriously doubt it? Yeah, that's what I would think. Okay, there's supposed to be this as well. Here. Okay. And some round pieces. This goes here. Another one goes on the back, and then we get a corner with this. I feel like it's about to tell me to just mirror this for the other side. Okay. Anything I missed? This is currently unsupported, and it's unsupported as it goes on there. No, I think that's it. Okay. We put this here. Okay. The shape's gonna break, coming together. How much for the Flexo conversion kit? I'm gonna have to dig through my Legos now and try and find a little black triangle. Thanks a lot. They should have included just a sticker. Just a single black triangle sticker. Oh, gosh. Those cheater pieces seem offensive. I know, right? I do not like them. Okay, and then we mirror this. So, this over here. And a downwards piece. Okay, I'm watching that thing. It's swapping a disc in. And it actually did it this time. Okay, so that's Strife. I'm not exactly sure what it's doing. It's got Marble Drop and Dungeon Keeper in there that it's working on right now. Okay, so it's loading Strife next. Oh, it's about to do a whole bunch of disc changes at once because it was doing queue order maintenance. So it's about to eject 2 more. We shouldn't stop and watch, though, because it's going to eat into build time. But it's fun to stop and watch. Okay. I got those on. And it wants me to start on the next cursed section. Alright, there goes Dungeon Keeper. Wait, this cursed side's different. What? Oh, probably because the door hinges on one side. Yeah, that's why. Okay. So we just do that, and then we probably bring it back later. Yeah, okay. This is a 1x6. That's a, yeah, that's a thing. Okay. This goes here. All right, we get an angle piece. And then we put these on top of a not angle piece. Well, it HFCE? I don't know what you mean. Okay, this goes on here. Dungeon Keeper was the original Minecraft. I'm pretty sure you mean Lode Runner was the original Minecraft. Alright, so this goes here. And then we get this Halt and Catch Fire. I would prefer it not do that, personally. Okay, it goes like that. It goes here. And then we put another... Oh, CD drive's making weird sounds. I thought it was a stepper motor doing something it shouldn't. Okay, we need our round piece. There it is. Now I want to play Lode Runner. I don't remember if I have that box yet or not. I don't think I do. If only I had a wiki that could tell me. Okay, this is a really delicate part here. This is only held on by one stud. This is not great. Enjoying myself? It has been more manic than I anticipated. And there are only 3 discs left in the queue, and we are barely into the stream at all. I think we might knuckle down, finish this, and then just do CD ripping, because, geez, it's fast. It's almost like someone built this specifically to go as fast as possible. Okay, I think that's it. This, I really don't like that. I feel like I'm missing something, but I don't see any other way this could have been built. So, on it goes, I guess. Oh, wait, there's something. Nope, that's it. Yeah. All right. Now we put a... Oh, this is weird. All right. They're doing a pretty good job of visualizing some weird steps here, at least. So I appreciate that. It's a 2x8. Okay. 4, yep, that. Okay. So this goes over. Should be 2 to the right. Okay. Then we make the opposite cursed thing. So going to the left. Like this. Okay. Still better than Deck Rider? Yeah. Lode Runner? Ooh, there were no results matching his query. Boo! Okay, so I still need a Lode Runner? Drat. The robot hungers? Wait, what happened? You're right. Something went wrong. Oh, wait, I think it's just waiting for drive 3. Yeah, you were, like, I don't know, I think you were joking or not. But I don't know what it's doing. By the way, the computer lost internet connection, so that's sweet. Which means it's going to halt on Music Brain's queries. At least it can be rerun after. Whatever. All right. These are clearly going to be positionable, like, Technic mount points. So these are going to be for arms, and these are for the legs. All right. So we get the arch, and then we put 1 flat piece in the middle. And we get a couple of cursed single studs. Put them on the ends. And this goes under here. Any more plans for Decorator 2 or 3? At some point, we're going to try some different stuff with the 3, and I do need to do more. Yeah, there's more stuff. Yeah, we're not done. But I need a break. It can't be all that all the time. All right, yeah, so then this gets mounted here. Oh, I knew something like that was going to happen. Great. Of course, it was one of the CAD error blocks that popped off. Okay. Let's try this again. There we go. All right. Then we put 3 of these across. Good news is this really shouldn't take that long, because once we have the body and the head assembled, it's not like the arms are going to be complicated. Ow, that's a sharp Lego. Are the instructions good? I am satisfied with the instructions so far. Okay, 1x6 that runs all the way down here. And then 2 round pieces. Boop. Am I doing this on the right side? I think so. Yes. Okay, and then we do basically the same thing on the other side. So this goes here. And then this goes here. Sharp Lego, yeah. Find out what it looks like, President Scrooge after he's transported. All right. Time for the door. Yep. Okay. Start with 1 of these. We add 2 of these with 1 stud off the top. Okay. Then we add another one up top that's barely on, and another one down below, and then another one that's down below. Okay. And then a thing here, and then a thing here. I feel like this is going to be his back. Nope, it is the door. Okay. 1 of these. 1 of these. 1 of these. That's not position critical. And then we build a frame. Yeah. And then this goes on top. Oh, that's his back. That's smart. So his back, it doesn't quite open, but, well, why? What's with the, I mean, I guess he's got to be able to move the planet from somewhere, so, you know, okay. Feels F-ish. Can you currently hear, see, stream thing right now? I missed 2 parts. There we go. Back again? I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna have to stop for a second. Ah. You are okay at the moment. All right, I'm gonna just remote into my server to double check. While I'm over here, I might as well restart the... No, I probably don't want to. Phew, I can restart the Pi. Okay, I see it is connected. All right, I am gonna restart the Pi. That won't affect DHCP. All right. I'm not falling on the table. You are. Okay, here we go. Now the door. Okay. So we have big old part. We hang this off just a little bit. And then we put this here. This here. Long piece down here. And then this. Oh, this here. That there. This there. Getting a little cheeky with parts now. Oh, that's kind of nice, actually. Is there just one spare mini stud? Or did I miss a step? They just got to throw in one spare part to make it seem premium. Is that what it is? Boom! Door. That's actually pretty well designed. The hinge is inset or outset compared to that bottom door, so it rotates in there instead of out, so that this doesn't have to open up as much. That's pretty smart. I wish there was a stud floor on there for mounting the stuff, so it's not just going to run around loose. And that maybe there was a single stud over here that snapped into to hold it closed, but that's not bad. All right, time for bag 2. There are 2 discs left that it is going to work through. Bag 2, that's 3, that's 3, this is 2. All right, back again. My internet's over here now. Hand seems to stutter. Oh, you can store the spare pieces inside. Yeah. Does that one extra part not go anywhere after all? I hope not. I didn't see anywhere it went. Oh, that's a lot of tiny parts. But since he's going to have like individual teeth, I guess it makes sense. Big parts. Oh, there are some little parts in there too. I think, yeah, it's about to put one more disc in. All right, set that off to the side. Why did I have to read the news today? Oh no. Where is that gonna go? Oh, that's probably the back of his head. Oh, his head is gonna be huge. That seems slightly disproportionate. Okay, there's that. Where's my giant block? There it is. Dude, these kinds of blocks, these were the ones. Okay, I'm gonna restart the phone thing. Yeah, I see what you mean with the stuttering. Restart. Okay, there we go. These kinds of blocks, those were the ones that were the backbone of everything when I was doing this as a wee lad. There we go. Okay. It has to be big enough for Farnsworth to tinker in, yeah. All right. Okay, those inner pieces. So there's some weird parts in this. I don't know which ones are going to be like real parts and which ones are going to be cursed bricks parts or whatever. Brick craft, that's it. That's a real-ish block, yeah. Also, there must be a 6502 in there somewhere. Yeah, I don't think that'll quite fit. I mean, that's close to being big enough to fit, but not quite. Also, if I had a spare 6502, I'm not wasting it by putting it in there. Oh. Not happening. Did it have an odd or even-ish number of studs? It was these round pieces. I'm pretty sure these are real. I don't know about these ones. These ones feel a little less real, but maybe they are. I don't know. Okay, now this part they made up. There ain't no way that's a real part. Your way, well-made kit by the looks of it. Yeah, I'm happy with it so far. All right, that looks good. Pop this in. Surround it. Must admit, I'm completely lost. Lego themselves very much succumbed to the madness, made up bogus parts right around the time they released the Bionicle series. Yeah, I don't know. I'm okay with having custom parts if it makes the set make sense, but this feels like a little bit of a cop-out part. Like, you just want the little trim piece, you don't have it, come up with something else, I don't know. These are going to be for his eyes. Again, he is going to be massive. So that's what those are going to be for. That's the frame around the eyeballs. Okay. It would be cool if the directions did this, and I imagine that the Lego directions don't do this either. It told you how many parts you should have used and how many are left by this point. That'd be kind of cool. Okay, I need a half circle part. That one feels like a fake part. Okay, and then a reddish brown part. I'm going to call that magenta. Now that's a maroon. That's not a magenta. A maroon part. All right, then we flatten out the rest of this behind it. I think the CD ripping is done. That's ridiculous. All right. I really don't understand the fascination with the coffee, but yes. It's real for cars. Yeah, I have a feeling this is about to go here. But it doesn't say to do that yet, so we'll hold off. All right. Okay. Lots of people, Bionicle, specifically cornerstone of their childhood. I have no beef with them. I don't care about Bionicle at all. The Bionicle stuff is weird. It might as well be the, like, Lego little girls things where I forget what the franchise is, but it's a completely different thing. Or does it cover the tires? The half circle? This? I don't understand how that covers the tires. So it's a 2-stud flat piece. That's the half circle. I assume you're not talking about this, because I could see that being a fender. Camera? Yo. Okay, that's interesting. I think my router just blew up. One moment, I guess. The rip is done, so... Alright, rebooting the router. Really, I need to just put this on a power center switch, because I keep having to unplug it, which always makes some of the network cables come loose. Because tabs are a myth. Ugh. Okay, I'm gonna guess RF programmer. You're talking about the part that could conceivably be a fender. While that's going, I'm just gonna do some of the next steps, and then I'll catch you up. All right. Oh, that's weird, but I have actually seen Lego do that. I remember that being a thing. They're using the 1-stud offset pieces to mount another block, a half stud off, which just feels cursed. But again, I know Lego has done that. Let's see. My Wi-Fi is not back. My childhood was too poor to have big Technic sets. What did it have? Pneumatics? Ooh, those are cool. Did ogle them in the catalog? Yeah, I had some of the pneumatic stuff with the little pump. That was fun. Lecturing automation control at the time, so caught his interest. What on earth is Fox Lego? It is Lego that is fake. So this is Brickcraft. It's Lego knockoff. Okay, this is all I made so far. It was a red block that's got studs on too many sides, a flat piece, and then some half set, offset stud pieces. Anyway, RF programmer, I assume, I'll try not to break it now that I dropped it and I can't see it. There it is. Ah. This is a car fender, I'm guessing, which would make sense. So if that's a car fender, that's kind of nice. Okay. Now let's do this. So we have more evil, stupid pieces that are CAD mistakes, and then we have a 1-stud center piece, and then we put that on a yellow piece, and then 2 more CAD mistakes with single stud center pieces. Spoken as a true classic Lego enjoyer. Okay, this goes on the other side. Ah, yeah, this is clearly going to be the mouth teeth. I suspect I'm about to have to put a bunch of single studs on there. Well, not as many as I thought, because it's rounded. It's going to be a little stronger than I thought it would be, too. One moment here. Oh, my gosh. All right. Fox Lego Friday. I thought today was Saturday. It is Saturday, yes, but fine, I'll update the stream title. I got the thing open. I can do that right now. Oh, wait, I don't have internet. Never mind. Tomorrow I'll update it to be Sunday, maybe. Okay. That's good. And then we flat piece this 2 times. Boom. Why these had to be yellow then, I don't know. Oh, because that edge on the outside is visible. That's why. Okay. So there's that. And then we put all kinds of other stuff on this. I keep forgetting I need to hold this up more to the camera. I don't do this exactly a lot. Disk rip overview you have there in the background looks familiar. You remember it? If you watched me write the software for it, because I wrote that, maybe. But yeah, we just ripped a whole bunch of big box games. I thought it was going to take like all day to rip those, and then it finished in like an hour and 10 minutes with errors. And by that I mean I had to stop and correct it, so it went way faster than I thought. And the goal was to just build this in the background while doing that, but then, yeah, that went so fast. We're just going to finish this, and then we're going to hightail it on that, I guess. So yeah. Tomorrow, we're going to queue up more stuff, and we're going to queue it all before we actually start it. That way we can have more to go in the background. Because that did not go quite the way I thought. I will pause it before we actually start processing anything, too. That way it can go a little smoother. There's his teeth. He needs to see a dentist. Let's see. They're kind of, that's better. I looked at one of my lights because half of the LEDs died, and now I'm blind. Okay. 2 half pieces. Software I wanted to use back in the day. Well, it is nice. I'm really glad that I was able to take the time to write it. Yeah. But it's, if you haven't seen it, it controls a CD ripping robot that I have put together that takes bins of CDs, rips through them in 3 different drives, takes photos of the discs as it goes along. You assembled British Bender. You said it, not me. But yeah, it is a very high throughput disk ripping solution that tries to be as accurate as possible. And then it derives the data to other types as it goes along. Alrighty. So many pieces. Okay. So that's the tooth cap. The top of his mouth. Okay. That's starting to look like a bender now. Wait, that doesn't fit right. What? Oh, because it goes over here. Ooh. Okay. You have blackjack and other stuff already? Oh, gosh, yeah. All right. Next up. So I like to. Oh, that's going to be for eyeballs. I was going to say, what on earth is this going to be for? But it's probably going to be the background for his eyes, which is going to be kind of weird. I'm curious to see how that works. All right. What Lego clone is this? Brickcraft. Because if I tilt the camera up a little more, you might actually be able to see the name. Since we are... Yeah, it would be really difficult to do. Never mind. Okay, let's do this, and then this, and this. Okay, we're making some kind of weird wedge thing, and then we put this on here. That's another classic piece. Some nice orange peel texture. That's a proper Lego finish. None of this weird gloss stuff unless you're making a space set. All right. Start my own stream. Blackjack and Dogface. Man, that's, huh. Does Dogface know you're out in his profession like that? Roof peak? Yeah, exactly. All right. Oh, no, that's going on the back of the head for some reason. Yeah, why does this go here? Oh, wait. Is that the 6502? I think it might be. Because we're probably about to enclose this like that. So I think there's your 6502. All right, so we got a complicated stack here. A small piece with like a T-slot. And then a flat piece. And then the quintessential, well, that's not quite the quintessential brick. The quintessential brick is a 2x4. And then we put this here and here. Okay. Oh, that's, I see what they're doing. It's gonna work okay-ish. Looking at the box. Thrift find. One moment. That's difficult for me to see currently. Phone video is gonna stop for a second. I'm gonna assume it's in TT Live. No. One moment. Chat, tech tangents, read, click, open. Oh, that's what it is. That's hilarious. Yeah, I would have to know more about what's inside of it. If it's just an ASIC, yeah, screw that. Okay. There we go. Phone video hasn't stopped? What? Oh, okay. I was like, wait, is it like showing the home screen and stuff? No, it's not. Okay, interesting. Well, that's good. Wait, that doesn't stop? That's so good to know. Because that means I could have chat up on it and then be streaming. I wouldn't be able to see what I'm streaming, but I could actually read chat. Oh, now that's huge. Okay. All right. Next, we got another weird piece that we put a different weird piece on. So we got just studs going everywhere. All right. Oh, wait, this one's on backwards. I was going to say, they got two studs facing each other? That's idiotic. But no, that's not what they want. Okay, they do have a really wonky setup here, where we're supposed to take these, put them together, and then these and put them together. And then this goes... No, this goes sideways on this. This is even weirder than I thought. Okay. And this goes here and there. Okay. And then there's two eyeball ones. I don't know quite how to tell the difference here. So thin part to the right. I think it's this one. Yeah, that looks correct. Okay. So we got that whole thing. I don't even understand how you're going to attach this, but okay. And then we put the fender on. Where? This? Because that doesn't make sense. Okay, I put this eyeball on wrong. It was on this way. And we put the fender here. Okay. That's a lot of frame there. Oh, the eyeball's supposed to be on another piece, so it's not as recessed. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Okay. So we put this. And then we put the eyeball. Then we put the fender. Okay. And then somehow we put a bunch of round things on there. And then a flat piece. Boom. Then we do the same for the other side. Do. Teffins, so you can go to chat.techtangents.net, and you'll find my chat already exposed as a web interface that you can just read, because I use the Twitch API directly to write my own chat thing, so that window you see over to the left is 100% custom. So I have a website that I can go to just view all chats, because I'm multi-streaming in there, merged there. Oh, that's a weird piece. I kind of like it, though, with the, like, holes. Okay. Is that it? That is it. Okay. Click. That's half of Bender. Now you can see how this is kind of the same frame going all around, but not quite. I mean, it's a thing. Okay, then we just do that, but the opposite on the other side. So, this way. Nope. Nope. This way. And then weird things like this. See, these offset stud pieces don't offend me as much as the CAD mistake ones. These CAD mistake ones are just so weird. Okay. This is going to go this way. Boop. And then fender. Boop. And then all the brown pieces. Just joking because ARC is way old school. So I might be slightly old school. There's my paper hard copy terminal that IRC would do very well on. See, Twitch is keeping the old school alive more or less with IRC. It is kind of weird. I think they do still IRC, so that is surprising. Okay, why do I feel like I'm missing a piece? Because I am missing a piece. All right, there we go. That's coming together. That's going to look pretty good. Okay. It does look a little bit more like, is it Roberto? With stabbing. Without the top on there, though, because it looks split. All right, so we make another weird part with one of the T-slots for this. So now he looks more like Bender. This is pretty sweet. All right, and then we do put the back piece on. Yeah, that's totally the 6502. That is pretty sweet, actually. All right, so there's that. And then this, it's totally sealed in there too. Like, they didn't actually have to put that in there. You can't get that out. That does not open without significant effort. It's just in there. Only you know as you assemble that, or if you watch the stream, I guess. That's pretty sweet. All right, now we use the kind of cool piece here, and we build up the top with these round parts that only mount on 2 studs. That's a little sketchy. Okay. Oop. Okay. I suspect we're about to thread a bunch of stuff here. So we do this. Oh, that actually mounts? Okay, that's pretty slick. I don't think I've seen that before. And then we do this, and then we do this, and then I assume this, and this. Bam! And then if we want to do the oh my gosh, brain, you got this, brain. The Odd Couple episode, bonk. All right. How do I have a leftover one of that? That doesn't seem right. Oh well. That's a big piece to attach. Okay. Dude, his head is actually larger than his chest. Like, I don't think they got the proportions quite right on this. The body definitely needed to be a lot bigger. I think this is about to start what on earth do we need all of this for? Oh, his feet. Okay, I was gonna say there's no more rounded parts up there, but yeah. And Gone Again, what's happening? We are waiting to finish this before continuing the CD ripping because it just, like, it goes too fast. It takes too much work directly. All right, time for bag 3. Which is this, and this, and this. I think this is all one piece. No, not quite, but close. I'm gonna hold off on that one, because I suspect that's gonna be all one go. That last comment only makes sense when read with the previous two. I don't know. What? Okay, now I don't know. Category Lego brick building? Nah, I'm good. We're not gonna be here for long. Also, there's a category for that? Additionally, though, these aren't Legos. So that category would be wrong, too. Just chatting would be more accurate, but we're only gonna be here for so long. Doing Fox Lego for a while. We're not gonna be here for too much longer because we just have the legs to build and then a stand, I think. So there's not a ton left. Is that a rubber piece? Why is it sticking? It is a rubber piece. Huh. All right. Can you print a little triangle and make this a flexo? We might be able to print something that could, like, stick in there in between, because there is a little bit of a gap that I can make happen, and then it can, you know, just be flexo, so that would be kind of funny. I do actually need to 3D print tomorrow. I don't care what color it's going to be, so maybe we can 3D print that, because I can just swap in black. All right, that's a big circle. This is a very custom looking piece here. That shock absorbing bumper stop Bender's plate from exploding. Are we doing Lego builds tomorrow? Yes, we're doing the exact same setup tomorrow with the Planet Express ship. So that will be tomorrow's one. What do I need to 3D print tomorrow? A sphere that can have a 1/4-20 heat inset thread thing put into it. Okay. What? Oh my gosh, that's not gonna be his foot. Holy moly, these are gonna be his feet. Those are huge. Okay, I guess it's probably to make sure he can actually stand. But man, that is large. Okay. So we're doing this on all 4 sides. We got these weird, like, little rubber, I don't know, rivet things that they're going for. They're made out of rubber, though. It's just weird. Had to buy knockoff Lego because isn't 8 anymore. It's 4 figures to buy. I don't know what that is. I'm gonna guess it's a Star Wars one because it seems like it's always the Star Wars stuff. Well, I know what the 4 figures means. I don't know what the set number is. It's not like I have those memorized. So I think they're telling you to just make 2 of these in one go. So we're doing that. Oh, VW bug. Okay. Yeah, there's some stuff like that that I have just sequestered away until I have space to put them back together again, and just cross my fingers all the pieces were actually kept in there. I have the Kitty Hawk Wright Flyer set and the Fokker DR1 Red Baron set. I want to get those back at some point.
CHEER 100 ripping brick by brick.
End of line.
Spooky, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh, wait, that's wrong. Wait, that isn't like... Oh, I probably wasn't supposed to put that on yet. Oh, well. I did. Sue me. Directions. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Okay. And then these. And then some Technic cylinders that are just kind of loose. Okay, these are not attached yet. They're just floppy on there. I can't easily pick these up and manipulate them now. Put the round cup parts on.
Willie Fleet subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 35 months. And says Happy New Year.
End of line.
Willie Fleet, thank you for the Tier 1 sub and for 35 months. I appreciate that. And Happy New Year. Okay. Actually, that would have been funny if they made, let's call the bottom part out of metal. All right, so those are done. Now we need these. I have never seen any of these pieces before. Oh, got. I'm gonna guess these are some Technics nonsense. So we have some joint. Oh, those are... They make sound. I don't like that. Okay. Yeah. Make sure these all go together straight and then never moving again. Oh my gosh. They're so complicated. Have all the articulation. Look at all the teeth. Jeez. And then these are toothed too, so they can go in and then it can spin, but also be... Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's not spinning. Okay, so I need more of these. Oh, man. Ow! Dude, these are rough. There we go. Okay, and then there is the Technics plug piece. It goes there, and then this goes onto the foot. And that is one bender leg that's a little bent. Okay, let's make another one of those. So 3 of these. 3 of these. 3 of these. Oh my gosh. Ah. Ooh. A weird sleeve part fell off. Okay. And I think it's going to have us attach them. Yes. Okay, so this where it's going to get a little wonky. Oh my gosh, this back part kind of sucks. Okay. I want that. And that out slightly. That out, that's not enough. I don't think that's enough either. Maybe that. So it makes it look bow-legged. Not a lot of other options, so. That's going to be too far, but let's get the other one in and then just balance it. Okay. So. One click. That's 2 clicks. 1 click. Ooh. Yeah, I see why the feet are so big.
At tier 1.
That's
They've subscribed for 46 months, currently on a 46-month streak. And says this tangent brought to you by Slurm. It's highly addictive. This advertisement is not an official endorsement by the Slurm Company. Not for consumption by humans, robots, animals, or any other unicellular organism. Offer not valid in Canada, the United States, or Eastern Slovakia after 11/32. This content regulated by the Department of Soft Drinks, Tobacco, and Firearms. Bite my shiny metal.
End of line.
oh my gosh, that was the best use case of the speed up ever. Thank you so much, Taterscapes, for the tier 1 sub and for 46 months. That was awesome. That was great. I'm going to put one leg slightly more forward than the other. Try and help stabilize somewhat. And then I'll have one arm kind of going back, probably holding something up. There we go. Oh, wait, how's that holding up? That's good. Oh, man, that was awesome. All right, arm time. Sub message doesn't do end of line. It doesn't. It should. You may have just barely exceeded the buffer length. Might better put the arms on himself using the arms that aren't yet attached. I see no reason not to just, oh, the fingers are going to be so complicated and fragile. Oh my gosh. I'm going to assemble the arm pieces right now first, because they are the weirdest parts. I just want to do it while I know where everything is. And that's why they're tiny little springy parts.
Spaukin says CHEER 100 can't walk to say watch out, Bender is armed.
End of line.
Spooky, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, I think I'm reasonably safe, assuming I'm going to end up with something like that. At the very least, it won't take too much to change it, if not. Where am I displaying it? It's probably going home, because I don't have display shelves here, really. Probably, it's huge, though. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't know where. That is a to be determined. All right, so those aren't going to roll away now. Let's focus on the other stuff. Okay. Put this here. One of the sleeve ones here. This is a classic Lego move right there. This next part, not so much, with a weird crooked offset thing with one of the, like, recessed stud ones going off to the, this is a weird one. And then a thing going half in. I don't know what's going on now. I'm lost. So we're making this, which is going to be some kind of shoulder thing, I presume. Maybe it's his, oh, that's his hand. His hands are gonna be really complicated. Okay. Okay, oh my gosh, the fingers are posable. So they have these rounded pieces that go on like that, so that these can be moved, and then it's clamped down with this. No, it's not. It's clamped down with this, so that these can be moved. That's pretty clever. Okay. So that's going to be its thumb. Next one of the pieces of bent conduit in the garage. Oh, you know, actually, if he wasn't so front heavy already, it would be really cool to just get a small segment of rebar and bend it and put it in his hands. Actually, it needs to be a girder. Needs to be a girder. Okay. So the fingers are one of these, classic piece, but with a stud on the end, and then another one like that, and then our nub. So that's a finger.
Magenko Tech says CHEER 100.
I am Bender. Please insert girder.
There you go. Majeko, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, so it's going to be more like this than the third one. Wait a minute. Oh, they're leaving one stud open for mounting an item to his hand. Okay. Need 3D printed save icon. Go with that setup? What? I don't remember what his personality was on. Was his personality on a 3.5-inch floppy? It's been too long since I've seen that episode. I kind of watched it all way too much when...
MEOGRAGON 90S subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 44 months. And says hello from in-flight Wiffy.
End of line.
Neo Dragon, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for
subscribed at tier
44
1.
months.
They've subscribed for 47 months.
End of line.
Blake GJ, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 47 months. I appreciate that. Yes, it was? Okay. Yeah, I took a break from rewatching the show after it was Netflix that made the new seasons. I don't remember. But after the time tonal episode needed a reprieve. Okay, there we go. It's interesting. Okay. And this goes on here. Click. And then this, oh wait, it goes there, but with the rubber tire thing in the middle, which I feel like it's supposed to stretch around this. No, it's not. It just kind of fills it in. All right. And then this goes here. Boom. Rah. Okay. Ooh, that's, that one can't go that way or it's going to tip over. This one's going to have to go down for now. Okay. Now repeat. Thought it was Hulu. Was it Hulu that made those ones? I thought Hulu made the new ones. It's been too long. All right. Okay, this here, this with this here. Wait, this goes up here. Okay. That one there, the other one there. The two weird round finger mounts go under the paper. No, go here and here. This one, I need, no, I messed some up. These go on a flat thing and then on there. Comedy Central, yeah, I think that was it. Yeah, that sounds more accurate. Than this, because they did the movies, which they sort of count as a season, weirdly, and then, yeah, the Comedy Central, I'm pretty sure was it. Okay, then A Billion Fingers. Okay. One down. Two down. And that is done. Okay. Click, 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 and then attach this to that, and there, and ow. I hate it when I do that to my shoulder. Okay. Boom. Perfect. Now we're not quite done. I'm not exactly sure what this is going to be. I see the chain. I think there's going to be a stand. Yes, there is a stand that goes with it to make it mount a little more solidly. But that's the bulk of it. That's pretty sweet. I wish it was less front heavy because of this.
Now Bender transforms into a hype train.
End of line.
Spooky, thank you for the 100 bits. All right. Let's keep it going. So next is decking it all out. We have 2 slurms. I don't know what the white things are. It should be a Fortran. A ye old Fortran? Yes. Malt liquor? Yeah. So, let's get cracking on that. Show us the model with how you dislocated your shoulder. You joke. But, actually, I was trying to sleep like this one time, and my shoulder popped out of socket, and then what happened is the little grindy bits right there just ground like that while I was asleep. Ha ha. I don't know if I've actually told any of that, but I have had that happen. It sucked. Because it pinched a nerve and my arm went numb, and I didn't know that was going on while I was asleep. It hurt so much. Oh, it's not a slurm. It's Mom's old-fashioned robot oil. I guess that makes more sense for that. Oh. There we go. Hello, metallic pieces that they clearly could have done for the bottom. Just save those. Oh, okay. Ooh, that hurts, Jason. Your neck. Ah. Mine was long time ago. And still pops up. Oh, there is a slurm. Okay, so there's both. All right. Well, obviously the Fortran. I think it's gonna have 2 more on it, but we'll just leave that for now. All right, so we're making the base, which is going to be huge because the whole thing is huge. That's quite the piece. I will say, after having done a bit of the brick craft stuff now, the plastic feels right. Like, it makes all the correct sounds. It feels like the right density. So I don't have any complaints with the material. Unlike Mega Bloks. Mega Bloks always felt really weird. There was something just not quite right with them. So I'm guessing some trade secrets have leaked out since the 90s and 2000s. That doesn't seem quite right there. Okay, we're gonna put some flat pieces in. Ah, I made the mistake. I don't have a separator. No! I got a flat piece on another flat piece. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna put some weird dots on here for some reason, just for decor. I guess this makes it look like the Planet Express ship whole. Lego produce everything in China? Really? I didn't know that now. Bricks are made by Go Bricks. Interesting. These are weird. It's not the first time I've seen metallic pieces. It's the first time I've seen satin metallic pieces. I have the retail gold brick that you got in the bulk set in the 90s or 2000s, whenever it was. But that one was... It's similar to... this, but a gloss finish, not a satin finish. Got her on a bit of fun tangent? Aw. Have a good day. Alright, so we put the center in the center. Yeah, I'm not putting Bender on there yet. Directions, as I know we still have like this to put on there, and that looks like a pain in the butt. Why doesn't it go on like that? Wouldn't that make more sense? Like the directions, like, or the text going, like, I understand that, but like this feels better. Maybe that makes the footprint smaller, and that's why. Wait, they had this kind of piece going on this whole time. Why did I keep having to basically make this out of like weird split pieces? Okay. They want the joints rotated out a particular direction, and they want it to be the ugliest side out for some reason. Whatever, nerds. I appreciate we're actually building the bee. I thought it was going to be a single piece at first. I also like that it's actually just going to hang. It's not going to mount. Is that from the wrestling episode? No, it can't be. It's got to be from the other episode. I'm just gonna say. All right, so we take these, we put them on here, facing one way. Put the flat part on like that. And then for some reason, we take these. Dude, these ones are... I love these pieces. These are classic old school Lego pieces, but they are so great for making things that, like, skate around on carpet. Oh my gosh. I don't know why they want them on that. It's not like it matters for this. Because they're pointed inwards like that. Like, why? I genuinely do not understand why those are there. Okay, now, what are the two clear parts? Oh, that's clever. So they're cheater grips. So there's a clear piece, and it goes in like that, or something. They wanted to go the opposite direction. That works really, really well. Well, the Slurm's going in. Then he's going to have the old Fortran. Yeah, Teffin's got it. And the other one. You'll note I'm trying not to cycle the hinge pieces too much because I feel like those are going to have a limited number of actuations. There we go. I mean, that one's kind of the better one. I don't know. Leave it. That one's got a better shape for down below. All right. And then the stand, which I don't want to attach them to because I feel like that'll be a nightmare to get those pieces back off. And there we are. That's it. Probably not leaving the Bender necklace on either. That's a little distracting. Man, he is so front heavy. I mean, that's not as pleasant of a pose, but that's a way better, that's way more stable. There we go. Stream end? Nah, now we do more, and now the ship, no, we are definitely not doing both today. Now we're going to do more CD ripping. What are the extra pieces? I don't know, they're just this. It's usual kind of extra random nonsense. Yeah, that is a pretty awesome set. I'm going to put...
Tangent SCHEER 100.
End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits. I want to put the necklace in with the Slurm. I think the plain Bender is a better look. That's pretty sweet, though. All right. So I am going to do the thing I usually do. I'm going to take all of the leftover pieces, and I'm just going to kind of attach them to whatever is here, and then stick it on part of this. Not really anywhere I can hide that. Put this here, this there, that there. It's mostly surface pieces that are extra. I think we can kind of stick this off here. No, not quite. Or just leave it in Bender. Oh gosh, all this stuff. There we go. Boom. That's everything. Extra pieces means you did it right? Yeah. No, you know you're doing your job right if no one knows you did it at all. That's the lesson Bender learned. All right. Let's do some more CD ripping. First, I got to take everything out of there, recase it all, and then we will rebox everything. And then figure it out from there. Let's put the directions back in there. All right. Wait, there's still one more disc in here. Why is there an extra disc in here? What did I Oh, no. No. Oh, I put something in without labeling it. Everything is going to be offset. SimCity 2000, that's Croc 2. Croc 1 is correct. Oh, I didn't enter Croc 2. Okay, well, let's fix this really quick and then have it rip SimCity 2000 Network Edition. Off-brand logo kit, transport shipped from Halo, and it was missing one vital part. Message to company, and they happily sent me a needed part. Ah, sweet. Okay. Well, like I said, let's fix this. Okay, so output. So the misalignment occurs after croc. I need to take this text and then, oh, this is a pain in the butt. That's correct. Network is not. You know, I can just have it rip network. Network will be named something else. We'll work backwards. Okay, let's just do that. Because it's going to get the prefix. Okay. SC2000 network and go. So this is the benefit to the prefixing, because now that has a guaranteed unique name. Bender's going to watch the other robot work here. There it is. Yeah, there it is next to me to give you an idea of size. It is big. It's like... I don't know, maybe that's not a bad spot. Gotta go see you tomorrow? Alright, see you, Jason. Well, that was fast.
Ultimate says pro tip, when he says I am Bender, please insert valuable CD. Definitely do not. CHEER 100.
End of line.
Ben, thank you for the 100 bits. All right. Is Network Edition really that tiny? Or did it screw something up? I guess it's really that tiny. Wow. And I do have the bin queue merging in there. I forgot about that. So ISO 9660. There's a file system extracted. All right. Yeah, it's all there. Okay, fine. Sure. Why not? Okay. Now we can rename everything. So this becomes this. The thing that sucks is that all of the files down in there are now wrong. Usually this copy bad becomes not, no. Becomes this copy B becomes this, and then we're just gonna cheat and use Croc's name. Becomes Croc 2. There we go. That's better ish. Does the real 6502 fit in him? Maybe in the door crooked. I don't know if you saw it, Helen Croft, but in the back of his head, it actually has a mock 6502. So it does have one. Say that like we could see doing the rename. Oh, yeah, well, you know, there's too many things going on. All right. Now we're done with the CD ripping. Let's recase, and then we'll rebox. And then we'll figure out where we're going from there. Okay. Software's going to need to be restarted because I yoinked on the arm. Okay. Okay, so this is at the bottom. All right. FIFO should have worked. So Network Edition goes in the Network Edition case. Collection goes in the Collection case. Special Edition goes in the Special Edition case. Croc 2 goes in the Croc 2 case. Croc goes in the Croc Digipack. Strife goes in the Strife case. Marble Drop goes in the completely unlabeled case. Thanks, Maxis. Dungeon Keeper goes in the Dungeon Keeper case. The stutters come from the stream. Wacky Racers. Races goes in Wacky Races. Track Pack goes in the half-labeled Track Pack case. NASCAR Racing goes in NASCAR Racing. And disc 2 of this goes in the back of this one because this is like a complicated one. There we go. Boom. Make the Bender build its own YouTube video on the second channel? I don't want to have to edit that. That's going to be weird. I don't know. I don't think so. Why? Was it that interesting? If I was going to do that, I should have filmed it a whole lot better because this was pretty terrible. If you think it was that engaging, we could do that with the Planet Express ship tomorrow. Think mine's just an envelope? At least you have a case for Marble Drop? I got bad news for you. I got the box. It's a special edition or platinum release, whatever you want to call it, box, but I do have a box. That is not a common title to get box. It's really hard to find. For some weird reason, I won't understand. Alright, I'm just gonna grab Marble Drop since I took it out of sequence, but that's just an empty jewel case, so there's literally nothing special about it though. The box is the only thing that matters. There is a manual, but it's too big, so it wouldn't fit in there. And for some reason, a full tilt pinball manual. I don't have that. Alright, let's put some stuff away. I'm also using this as an opportunity to sleeve all of the boxes, because I hadn't done that yet. All right, this gets complicated. Let me put this away. All right, Galactic Battlegrounds. Grab that. I don't know if that has the sleeve in the right spot. I think I put them all behind them. Okay. So there's this one, and then there's the Saga one. I guess these are loose. Where is Saga? Is it over here? Second channel, just be lazy and cut the build pieces together, I guess. There is a second channel video coming out today. It is somewhat of a lazy one as well. There is some thought and some demonstration, though, in it. And questions. Okay. Draken, that's one that gets a sleeve. You might have noticed a theme with this stuff. Things that can run on a Tiny Pentium. That's what I'm going for. So I'm trying to get some more stuff for that. Originally, the whole purpose of the Tiny Pentium was to only ever install software on it that I would run off of original media. But then I moved, and the Tiny Pentium lives at home, and all of the software lives at the office, and they will never meet again. So I'm now needing digital copies of everything to run on the Tiny Pentium, and that's a really good excuse for archiving my entire collection. So I'm okay with that. Channel you learn from Shelby on second channel, Shelby learns from you. In a way, this is me asking what you want to learn on the main channel. I'll just spoil it because it's not like there's anything that special. I am positing the question of what people actually want to get out of the eventual video capture video. because I've determined that that video could be ridiculously complicated, and I don't know if that's time and effort I should spend on it, or if people would rather just have like an overview of like, here's the Cliff Notes. So that's kind of what I'm getting at, is I would like to know what level of effort that video would best be. This is such a rough copy of Duke 3D. But hey, it's better than none copies. You can copy them from your modern computer to Tiny Pentium directly. Yep, if you've been paying attention in the supporter section of the Discord server, I have been working on that. It is really annoying, okay? So the Tiny Pentium has an RTL 8292 or whatever chipset in it. Garbage 10 megabit per second chipset. And it is only, 10 megabits per second. And it is slow. And my 2.5 gig switches that I have everything broken out on the internal fiber network in the house do not like the 10 megabit per second. So I absolutely must use a buffer switch, let's call it, to break the 2.5 gig down to 1 gig and then down to 10 megabit. It's really weird. RTL 8029, probably. Wish I kept boxes to my games back then. Had metal case for Quake 3 Arena. I do too, but only for a weird version. Best cards, which settings for weird analog stuff. See, that's the thing though, is I can't just tell you use this setting and then you're good. I gotta teach you how to fish. Cause there are too many weird edge cases. Like I thought I was starting to dial it in, and then I went to install a 3DFX patch for Carmageddon, and it was like, here's another weird resolution. And it's like, come on. Emulate CD from external hard drive. So what I'm doing is I have Daemon Tools installed that allows me to emulate a CD in software. So Pico IDE, I don't know if is applicable to the Tiny Pentium, because there's not like there's spare IDE channels in there. And with its crippled chipset that only lets it read 40 gig hard drives, it's kind of a pain in the butt. You know what sucks though? I'm about ready to disable the original CD drive and the second hard drive in the BIOS, because I'm thinking a bunch of games are trying to access Drive D for music and it doesn't work. It's really annoying. Oh, Dungeon Keeper's the white one. Let's see, insert why you can't be normal. Yeah. About which part? The networking or the Tiny Pentium weirdness? There's so much. Did I do Shadow Warrior already? No. So I'd say we lost, the Pico IDE. Yeah. XE IDE can run a real IDE controllers on Pentium, bypass drive limits. Yes, but that would require me sacrifice either the Voodoo 2 or the Aureal Vortex 2. Neither of which is acceptable. They're both kind of critical to that computer being, you know, fun. Alright, I'm kind of regretting not deciding to do this before I messed with all of these things, but I can do it after. I'm going to tag these so that I know they are ripped. So that when I'm browsing for new titles to rip, I don't grab these again. So I have the box of tags somewhere down there, and I'm going to somehow tag these. I'm not exactly sure how. The Realtek card not have a boot ROM socket. I believe it does, but it's on the motherboard, and I think it's under the power. It's like I don't. You go back and rewatch a Tiny Pentium video. Opening it sucks, like really bad. What'd you miss? Nothing special. We just built a bender. All right. Croc 2. Whoa. See, Shadow Warriors game I haven't played in decades. Catchphrase, sound effect, incoming messages on ICQ, or ICQ. Build a Bender workshop. You'll need a ROM socket for XCIDE. Oh, that's what you're getting at. Interesting. I don't know, because I've tried other solutions like the whatever partition manager thing, and it didn't work. There's just something weird with that computer and the BIOS. It hates it all. Last time I tried that, it completely bricked the install, and I couldn't recover it. So I currently have a reinstalled operating system on there that is not as well configured as I would like. Great. You know, some of these boxes are really smart, and they have a relief cut in the corner, so it doesn't hit the flap on the bottom. This is not one of them. There we go. I do like to do this, though. I fold the tabs over on the inside so they don't catch on this. So when I go to open this again later, I don't have to keep creasing this over and over again. I could test the XTIDE with an actual card by removing the Unreal Vortex 2 and then installing one in the ISA slot that it has. It's kind of like a lot of work, though. I hate working on that computer. It sucks so much. So I use XTIDE BIOS to handle the drives, actual BIOS, set drive, no drive connected. Yeah, I get what you're saying. There are a limited number of life cycles left in the CD drive connection cable that makes the slimline drive in there work. And I don't know what that number of life cycles is left. And it is an irreplaceable cable. Well, I mean, I could rebuild it, but I'd have to figure out all the connectors and stuff, and so I'd really try to avoid opening it. I already lost the original IDE cable from opening it so many times. Dude, how does this even fit in there? Anyway, I don't know. I could optimize it. That's not a problem that I'm currently trying to solve. Maybe later. Yeah. I don't know. I could, if I... Pico IDE isn't out yet, so no one can answer the question. I was going to say, if it can emulate multiple drives at once, that would actually be the ideal solution, because then I would just replace the hard drive solution that I have in there, and then have it emulate an optical drive, because that way I could get a large drive in there with an XT. You know, maybe I'll just wait for that. Just 86 box it on modern system. You know how many weird edge cases? I don't know, maybe that would be fine, but it's more fun to play it on real hardware. Oh my gosh, so many things. Let's put all of this in here. Check Tiny Penny video. It has dip ROM socket. Okay. So you've also seen how much of a pain in the butt. Stop falling out! How much of a pain in the butt it is to work on it. Here's the deal. I will entertain that when the Pico IDE can emulate multiple devices, and I can have it emulate a hard drive and a CD drive at once. Because that would be kind of the ideal solution, and then I wouldn't have to have the 2 compact flash cards and other stuff and just weirdness. And then I could enable or disable the internal CD drive, which I should probably just disable it right now. And have the emulated drive be on drive D, which I think would fix a bunch of stuff. So, all right, this is sealed. We need to open that so we can rip that. So that's happening. Oh yeah, I need to tag everything. So indicate it as ripped. So let's figure this out. Actually, let's do, excuse me, this way. There we go. All right, I'm grabbing the box of tags. I'm not actually going to label these. I'm just going to like stick them in there or something. All right. Unsealing, but the value comes, the value is only realized when you play it. Uh-huh. All right, that's tomorrow. Okay, tags. Yeah, here's the thing. The only thing I can think of is to just, like, drop them in the box. Or in the back. Because, like, I don't want them attached to the box. Because that would have to attach to a tab. And I don't really want to tie them together. And then use, like, how many of them are in here? 1,000. So, I would use all of these. If I did the thing where I kind of started doing, where I tied 2 of them together so I could put one in and have the other hang out. So I'm just going to do this. If there's a tag in there, it means that it's been ripped. You mean you don't buy a sealed and unsealed copy of everything? No, surprisingly, I don't have the money for that. Nor the desire. Only emulates 1 drive. The hardware is capable of supporting 2 devices simultaneously. Enabling this is a priority of development after the Pico ID is released. The official line. Yeah, I had a feeling it was something like that. So, I will entertain it for the Tiny Pentium when that happens. There is a very similar project that I feel really bad about because I asked for a sample and I have not done a video about it, but it is awesome. The Mac SD is a similar product for SCSI devices. It can emulate multiple devices on one signal path, and it works really well, but the Tiny Pentium does not have the space for a SCSI card. If it had onboard SCSI, oh my gosh, Mac SD would be so killer. Or the space to double everything? Yeah, that would actually be kind of a problem with big boxes, for sure. Maybe just write the date on it. But why? The date has no bearing on whether or not it has been ripped. If it has been ripped, the only thing I care about is the binary information of, do I need to rip this yet? Or still? And if it has a tag, that means no. Inventory management is boring. You'll notice I'm not putting anything on Strife because Strife is kind of special and very, very hard to get. You gonna vacuum seal those bags? Absolutely not. These are just giant Life magazine bags. So, for the record, the only reason that these are in these is because I have seen silverfish in the office, and I want to avoid a situation where they just tunnel through a bunch of my boxes all at once. So, that's the only reason they're in the bags. Okay. Let me go put some stuff away, so we don't have a Byte magazine kind of problem here. Oh gosh, they're so slippery when they're bagged. Okay. There was some kind of organization to these before I moved them all. Keyword was. Oh, man. Dude, like more than one at a time is too many of these to try and move around. Only Red Faction would run on the Tiny Pentium. That would be sweet. Okay. I need to put 3 Duke Nukem things here. NASCAR's going there. I don't want to put it there. Duke Nukem's getting orphaned. Uh-oh. How'd that happen? Would Carmageddon 2 run on the Tiny Pentium? All right, you know what? Duke Nukem's getting orphaned for right now. Okay, well, I go grab the rest of the stuff to bring back so I know where it's all going. I already put some in the spot where Strife should go. Oh my gosh, there's so many. Holy moly. Be trapping a bug in the bag? Yeah, well, then they're quarantined to 1. Whatever. That's why I specifically said the goal is to prevent them from burrowing through multiple. So that I am good, I'm covered on that. Oh, not Wacky Races. That one was also very difficult to find. Although I think there's one in better shape on eBay right now than this one. But I don't need to double everything. Wacky Races was actually the first thing that I bagged because it was so hard to find. Just like, why? Why is it that hard to find a copy of Wacky Races of all things? Alright, Strife and Quake will live happily next to each other because they're almost sort of similar. I'm going to grab just the Maxis titles this time. Dude, I totally would have ripped Atrian if it hadn't been, what you call it, floppy title. Okay. All right, I think I can grab the rest.
CHEER 100. It was so hard to find because Dick Dastardly and Muttley were laying traps.
End of line.
Yeah. You know, I don't think I've ever actually seen the cartoon. I've just played the game. I assume the cartoon is just Cannonball Run, but for kids. And that might be for kids in quotation marks. Where did Dungeon Keeper go? It's in the wrong spot, wherever it is. Okay, Dungeon Keeper 2. Let me read the system requirements. If it says Pentium 2, then that's a no. 166 Pentium 1. Oh, gosh. All right, we'll try that. Oh, Wipeout. This is one I haven't been able to convince myself to open yet, is original Wipeout. I will rip Wipeout XL, though. Okay. Beetlebuggin, 100%. I need to rip Beetlebuggin. I want Beetlebuggin so bad. Oh, my gosh. Let's see. What else? There's a billion Star Treks that I could be ripping. Let's rip... Oh, I have a... Oh, my gosh. I have a sealed copy of Scourge. Good grief. Death Track Racing. Test Drive 5. Those, I believe, will run. What else we got down here? Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. I don't think that will run, actually. I think it... Well, actually, no. That I put in the video. Okay, I should stop here. There's a PC copy of Glover down there. That might run. Okay. Although I shouldn't grab too many of these, because we do only have 40 minutes. Let me grab 8 total titles. So I'm going to go grab 3 more. Let's see. Who is the fastest car by a mile? He would win if he wasn't compelled to cheat. It pretty much is. Okay, so it's... Yeah, Cannonball Run. Okay. All right, let me go grab 3 more titles. Let me grab them from over here. What do we got? Oh, there's the rest of the Duke Nukem expansions. Should I just grab those 2? You know what, let's do that. That way it's complete. And then one more Lego Creator or Lego Island 2. Let's do Road Rash, actually. That should be a good one for Tiny Pentium. Oh, I could do Roll Cage. You know what, let's do Roll Cage instead. That way I have both titles done. So, Roll Cage is known as Death Track Racing Stage 2 in Europe. And because I'm the special kind of weird, I keep trying to find the European copy of this just so it can go with this. All right. Let's prep some stuff. Test Drive 5 is sealed. We're about to unseal it. All right. I will press the switch button and then we'll go to phone view. Click. All right, we're loading up the entire queue first, then we're just going to sit there and stare at it. Okay. Oh yeah, Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine also. I forgot about that. I need to unseal that. Okay. Oops. Okay, I guess we're doing 9. All right. So total of everything we're doing. Why is this running like poo? Well, let me restart the app. Maybe that'll fix it. Are these games not in whatever that is? I have no idea what that is. Let me put it this way. I don't care if these are all on archive.org and I could just download bin queues. I want to rip them myself. Okay. Let's go through all of these. All right. Oh, we don't have 40 minutes. We have 50 because that clock is 10 minutes fast. All right. Life's a Beach. Duke 3D. Like I said, we're pulling out all of the jewel cases first this time. Okay. Nuclear Winter. Oh. Why did this not reconnect? What? What? Wait, this isn't even connected to Wi-Fi now, right? Hold on, let me just restart Wi-Fi. Connected without internet to Wi-Fi. Oh my gosh, why is my office internet always so terrible? Come on, connect. I don't want to dig out my HDMI capture stuff. Actually, do I even have it here? I might not. Ugh. Okay, I'm gonna restart the router and we'll just use the other camera for now. Restart the router again.
Oraku says CHER 101 days Shelby will have decent internet in the office, and he'll be confused for weeks.
End of line.
Yeah, no kidding. No, that's when I'll be told to move. All right. While we prep, we'll use this angle. All right. Thank you for the 100 bits, Chloe. Seaborn cameras stick around the office. He doesn't need to bother webcams and phones. I am actually tempted to have them in a couple of places, but they are not inexpensive to set up. Basically like $200 per camera angle, which is still about a quarter. Yeah, actually, it's more like 1/6 of what it costs for a Blackmagic, but still not cheap. So Majenko, this is a UDM Pro that does this. It is good hardware. I think it does not like the Pi network solution is the problem. All right, let me cut the tape because I don't think I can peel it. I think it's too old. Or if I can peel it, I should peel it from that edge. Linked your Tiny Pentium video on the motherboard page on RetroWeb. Okay. As long as people don't mistake it for, like, self-promotion, I'm fine with that. So, I've never opened this. Someone has GameFAQs printed out in here. Oh my gosh, there's a complete walkthrough. 37 pages of it. Oh my gosh. Dude, this is why physical copies are awesome. Somebody loved and or hated this game and cut the UPC off of the manual to mail in. Oh, you can't see that angle. That sucks. Big box game I want is still a Bookman's. I refuse to pay full price. Yeah, I was really tempted to ask you to buy some of the ones at Tucson, but it seemed like you probably left before I had the chance. Oh, this is 2-disc. That's good to know. That's something I should check. Unlike, you know, with Galactic Battlegrounds. This is 64 version, more polished PC version, however, is barely released, only available in Blockbuster or else. Of this, I don't know anything about this, actually. Nothing. Wipeout XL, unless you're talking about this. Because this I know has an N64 version. This is a title that you would not think would have both a PC copy and an N64 copy, but here we are. Alright. Droid cam still hasn't connected for some reason. Infernal Machine? Okay. DK2. Not multi-disc. Alright, learned I can't play Carmageddon on stream. Not that I was in danger of doing that, but I tried installing that and found out, man, this has some great music, and then I looked up what the music is. Oh, that would be why. It's all Fear Factory. I have a feeling this is not the original jewel case for this game, because it's green. On the other hand, I have never seen a green jewel case, so that's probably rarer than whatever it originally came with. Okay. You guys ready to unseal a game? Again, it's just a CD-ROM Classics. And this is one that needs to be unsealed. This is probably why I haven't unsealed it for... I was thinking about making a video about this at some point where you should unseal all of your games. I don't know if you can really easily tell, but the box is bowed in. It's being crushed by the shrink wrap. And this is one of the, like, really hard boxes. So the shrink wrap is killing it. So... yeah, I'm definitely getting this off here. 3 fluorescent jewel cases. That's cool. That one probably is. I am putting the shrink wrap inside the box, though. Dude, Test Drive 5 is such a good game. Turn the good camera on. This is the good camera. If you're talking about my phone, I've been trying. It won't work. Oh, I'm not making a short. Screw that. Delete my YouTube channel before I start making shorts. All right, Beetlebuggin'. This is a really good game. This is sealed. Okay. Sanity, there are so many other games in my collection I could do that with. The sticker on the bottom isn't in great shape, so I'm just going to sneakily peel that up. Thank you for putting it in the box. It'd be rather disappointing to show up in 8 months and find big box game shrink wrap on the floor. Yeah, see, I didn't throw it away or on the floor. I just put it, you know, back in there. It's like the Amazon drivers that put the sticky seal strip in your package, so that's your problem to deal with rather than Amazon's industrial waste. They don't have to throw it away and pay for trash pickup if they make it your problem. All right. That has never seen a... That's it? Literally? No wonder we don't get physical copies anymore. They suck. Boo. All right, I'm doing the thing where I'm folding the tabs in because this is not an easy one to access the disc. Such a pretty box. Probably for good reason. No, this is a great game. I got plenty of good games that are sealed. Sometimes I just don't get around to them. I have copies of Star Wars Rebel Assault 1 and 2 that are sealed. With guides. Oh, folding the tag over might have been a mistake on this one. Yeah, no more folding the tabs over on this box. It keeps getting caught on the lip where the jewel case goes, and I can't get it back out now. And I'm gonna have to, like, hurt it. There we go. All right, now I can try this again. This is another one where it's hitting the fold flap on the other edge of the box, so it's not going in cleanly. Come on. There we go. $200 megahertz Pentium or equivalent with 3D accelerator. That's gonna be tight. Okay. That is literal minimum system requirements for the Tiny Pentium. Okay. Death Track Racing. This okay. Here we go. Okay. That might be an improvement over what it originally came with. I don't know, because it might have had just a paper sleeve or something. All right, let's load this up. We're gonna use the spindle and do this in reverse order, wherever this spindle went. Where'd that go? Did I move it when I started the Lego stuff? Where's the spindle? And just for you, Deziak. There you go. There it is. Let's see if the Droid cam will connect. I guess not. Okay. Starting software. Pausing it so that I can queue up stuff. All right, queue is paused. All right, so death. Track racing. Boom. And that JSON is created. Oh, phone connected. There we go. There. Okay. Now you can half see me type stuff in. I should replace this with a different jewel case, but I don't know where my empties are. Okay. Beetle Buggin. Brand new disk. Never been exposed to a computer. I am not restarting the capture from the phone this time. I don't care if it's all stuttery. It'll make life worse. Beetle. There's 2 E's, not 2 T's. Beetle Buggin. Okay. Do you have to run the old CDs lower RPM so they don't disintegrate? No, it's not a problem. Test drive 5. Test drive 5. Lights out. Turn on the radio. Okay. Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2. Dungeon Keeper 2. Dungeon Keeper 2. Okay. So the amount that we're doing right now is what I think we will do tomorrow as the initial set of titles, and then a little gross looking, and then we will do some more live ones, as in those ones we'll like remove them from the boxes as we go. Dude, where's a lens cloth? Oh, I know there's one over here. No, there should be one. There it is. Disc is a little gross. I don't know if you can see that. I'm just gonna wipe it off. It came out well. I don't know if you can see this. This has the weird, it almost looks like water stain pattern to it. I've seen it on a couple of discs. Wipeout XL. Okay. Let's get that marked. Wipeout XL. Wonder if this one finally has good controls. Original Wipeout kind of sucks. So you've never played Jeff Gordon XS Racing? Correct. My copy of it is probably still sealed. Why? I'm just going to call this Indie Machine 1. Indie Machine 1. Start. Oh, that one's all foggy. Dude, why do these look so bad? This is not on me, because this I've never touched this disc. It doesn't have any holes in the data layer. No, it's just kind of gross looking. I wonder if this was cleaned inappropriately. just posted the clip a few minutes ago and got curious. I don't know what the clip is. So the jewel cover art in this, that painting that was touched up during reconstruction. I'm not licking it, I'm breathing onto it to fog it up. So before, after, you can't really tell. Getting humidity onto it in a very light way. So no, I'm not licking it. That would be gross. Okay, that's Indie Machine 1. Just copying the text because I'm lazy. Indie Machine 2. That disc is remarkably less disgusting. And now both of them are chipped. No, I'm just kidding. They're more robust than that. I don't know if these are going to rip, actually. They look pretty bad. I'm just going to leave that lens cloth there for now. Roll cage. Or is Death Track Racing Roll Cage Stage 2? You know what? I think it's Roll Cage Stage 2 in Europe. And Death Track Racing is their stupid Americanized name. Duke 3D, Nuclear Winter. Stop doing that! Duke 3D, Nuclear, Clear, Winter, not Winder, Winter. Is this Ripper software? You made, yes, the control software is.
100. Alert, lens cloth used for actual purpose. Did someone get technical stink over this?
End of line.
Life's a Beach. I'm just going to call it Caribbean, though. Duke, you know what? No, 3D Beach, because no one remembers that it's Caribbean Life's a Beach. Duke 3D Beach. Okay. But pre-breakfast, so I can now, well, I'll leave the software in the background that I'll show you in a second is my control software that manages other archiving tools. So I don't rip the CDs with anything that I wrote myself directly, but the control aspect of it is my own. All right, I'm gonna delete the pause. So all I have to do is, you can kind of see this pause file right here. I just shift delete, boom, and now it will start processing the cue. Hopefully in the correct order. It looks like it is. Okay. Just came in a random stream to complain about all the stuff zip ties. I don't know, can't find any more now. I'm not going to replace the zip ties. Love y'all. Well, Dazzleland, I hope your day gets better. All right. And Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. So it took us 20 minutes to get the boxes out, label, and process everything in. Get some Velcro ties. That's the best way to do it. Bought 1,000 of them on eBay for like 50 bucks. One of the best things I ever bought. Has a single CD photo been upright? Croc 2's close. Oh, Croc 1. Boom. There we go. I was wondering, like, oh, hold on. I think I can stop this now because we're going to be... You know what? I'll make it smaller. See, now you guys are going to want to see Bender all the time, though. That's the problem with this. We can't leave him there because he can't be blocking the view the whole time. I'm going to shrink that down so we can see it while the ripping itself happens. Could have done it in 19 minutes if you incorporated barcode scanner. Nope, I think I'm good. And no, that wouldn't have helped with removing the discs from the boxes. That is the most time-consuming part, by far. Dazzle, we are archiving discs. We are ripping them using really fancy nerd software in my machine that is kind of complete overkill. But for the bulk quantity that I'm doing, it's not really. And using software I wrote to manage it all. Oh, that's the prettiest photo we've ever had. Look at that thing. That's ridiculous. Yeah, having the light there off axis is definitely the play. These are way more legible. You reference any CD databases? We query out to MusicBrainz to get metadata when we rip audio tracks. So Croc here, for example, did not appear to have any MusicBrainz data. Strife is MIDI, Marble Drop, no tracks. Dungeon Keeper had MusicBrainz data for the music files. So those were pulled in from there. So I'm sure there's some other stuff like that. That's weird. There's just 2 audio tracks in NASCAR. I am really surprised. Oh, there's the one audio track in Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. Yeah, the Age of Empires 2 engine uses a single audio track, and then it has positions in software that it jumps to. So in theory, this could have a cue sheet for this FLAC that could break it up farther. My final breath, your single frame to kill humans. Yeah. T2K Windows 95 has CDDB. That's sweet. These are the track names from the actual CD release from the Jaguar version. Which would be the same for this, but yeah. Well, that's complicated. The Jaguar version has mod files that are recreations of the original audio tracks. The music, there is a CD version of it associated with the Jaguar, but then the PC copies have this. So, also weirdly, I have found out Jeff Minter did not make the PC version. He is not responsible for the software, which is really weird that Atari had someone else just copy his game for the PC versions. Oh yeah, some of these rock. Maybe the bottom one rocks. Why does the bottom one rock so much? Lights at like just the right angle there. Maybe it's because they were bright discs and stuff like Quake here where it's dark makes the auto exposure on the webcam suck. Well, now we just kick back and wait. Can you explain one more time? Why do you want to explain how to set ads? Sure, because got nothing else to do while it goes. So this is an Alaritech Auto Publisher LS. This is a machine that's designed for CD burning, but I've modified it with new drives that are better for CD ripping. I've written my own software to control the now modified mechanism that allows me to automate picking up discs from a bin, putting them in the drives, taking a photo, and then starting the ripping. It will then discard the discs into another bin as the process continues. And I can just program in the names of all of the CDs that I want to rip, and then it will extract data from them and query out for CD audio information if there are CD audio tracks on them. This also works for DVDs and Blu-rays, but those are not as easy to work with or well-defined data-wise. But yeah. So we're just ripping PC games right now. So why is the audio still hissing? Thought you said you were changing it today? I did. I don't know why it would be hissing. I can go try and mute. No, that's the Deck Talk track. It shouldn't be hissing. Is it? If it is, well, then my mics just suck now. Now, on the Blackmagic, well, the Blackmagic might have an expander. Jank? Boo? What are you talking about? How do you get around the protections they put on there? You go, burning discs, kept running into protect. If you mean ripping, it hisses when the gate opens. I have no idea. Literally no idea. Every single part of the signal chain here is high quality audio gear, and I don't know why it would be hissing. I will have to try and listen back to it later to see what it sounds like and what the problem could be. But as far as DRM, safe disk is about the only thing that would cause an actual problem here. And in that case, I think I would just try and rip through it, and then the data could be extracted, but I don't know. Lies, I've seen your cables. Literally, the only analog cable is this long. Everything else is digital. You're not going to get hiss on that. Well, other than the analog cable that's on me, but unless I'm generating AC electric fields, I don't think I'm going to be adding hiss to the lines. And you can't hear any hiss on your laptop speakers? All right. I would think those would be a little more prone to exposing the hiss as well, because that would, they're probably not as bassy. Is the air conditioner on? No. Magnetic personality, yeah. I mean, the air conditioner's active. It's just a reasonable temperature in here. Oh, the AC just kicked on. But it hasn't been on until now. There is a 50 or 60 hertz buzz that I'm intentionally piping through the stream as my keep alive signal, but it's so low volume you would not hear it. Dude, this is just the best thing ever. I'm all told like $600 or $800 into this thing. It was so worth it. Like, this thing's awesome. It wouldn't be so bad if I hadn't had to buy multiple sets of drives. Yeah. I do anticipate buying a Raspberry Pi 5 to put in it, though. That part's going to kind of suck. Is there an ARM build of Redumper? Why a 5? CPU grunt. Yeah, there isn't. Oh, it's Mac. ARM. CPU grunt for re-encoding. That's why. It can be the 8 gig cheapskate model. I mean, it's gonna be now. But I want the grunt for the wave to FLAC. And possibly the ISO 9660 extraction with 7-zip. I don't know how intense that is. those of you who Docker, what is Docker like on a Raspberry Pi? Because if it's not a virtual machine, then how does that work? So let's do 1 gig version. Okay, I think I need a little more than that. Unfortunately, it's going to be the 8 gig. I don't know what time I will decide to do that though. Tray of 8 gig, GR 4 SODIMMs here. Am I stinking rich now? Yeah, exactly. Docker on a Pi. Just ask Jet Fuel. I'm asking you guys because I don't actually care. I'm not going to do it, but I'm making idle conversation while we're waiting for the disks to rip. But like their x86 software running on a Pi, like that seems like a bad idea. You can purchase them locally again. I can, but Micro Center is one of those places that'll be like, if you have to ask, you can't afford it for the price now. Exactly the same way as any other Linux, surely. It's just namespace processes. Yes, but aren't the Docker images based on like a particular Linux distro that has pre-compiled binaries? Or is Docker translating system architecture calls, in which case it's a virtual machine? Get Pi next time you go to Micro Center? Okay, I'm going to be completely honest. I've been to Micro Center once because it's not that close. But you get to play with racing sims, load cell, brake pedals. I'm good. I have racing sim at home. It's Kirby Tilt and Tumble on the GB8. No, I'm just kidding. Doesn't look like there's much clearance for the drive to the cylinder. Is drive open right up against it? So it is very close, but it does not touch. So the drive's open only just enough to remove the discs. If I needed to, I could actually push the drives back a little more if the drives that I had opened the tray more. So there's a little bit of calibration that way. Matter of fact, I have a lot of screws holding the drives in place so that they are very firmly held in the exact same spot all the time. And I keep seeing that the bottom drive is sticking out a little bit, and I kind of want to push it in just so that they're all aligned a little more. 21st century IBM service bureaus. I don't know that reference, actually. You'd have to have ARM version of the image. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. See, now we're on the same page. It's not that far. Yeah, but it's not like, let me just pop down there real quick far or close either. That is a deliberate drive. That's not a, I'm going to hit that on the way home drive kind of thing, you know. New York has banned Raspberry Pis and flippers. Well, I mean, I get the flipper, but the Raspberry Pi is kind of stupid. Yeah, I'm sure you can, Majenko, but isn't that going to be terrible? You can't see better properly. $90. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm not buying a Pi 5 anytime soon, that's for sure. I'll just set it inauguration. Pfft, that's fine. Yeah, that, you can do that kind of security clearance stuff all the time. There's no good place to put him decoratively other than up there. I'll probably bump in the webcam slightly every single time. How much do you spend on caps and other stuff compared to a Pi 5? Well, see, that's different. Because if I don't buy the capacitors, the item is garbage. It will never work again. If I don't buy a Pi 5, then I have to go through the pain in the butt of installing drivers on the computer that I'm using. That's the difference. It's an annoyance versus a literal full stop, can't continue kind of problem. Having bought before the AI apocalypse, it's a little, it's not the end of the world to me. And DZAC's kind of onto something there. That's the problem with the Pi being so expensive. So I could just go buy some kind of garbage other thing. I mean, yeah. I have limited space inside of the machine, so I can't go crazy. I might not even be able to fit a MATX board. Is that the tiny one? I don't know. Digital Ice Age, you're here. Let's have a tangent. I have not looked at any of the new Linux GPIB stuff or really paid attention to that GPIB adapter that's the USB GPIB API thing. Because I have the NI USB adapters that allow me to connect multiple GPIB devices to the bus, which is kind of important to me. Because I got a lot of them, and I'm not going to build like 20 of the single USB port adapter things. So, anyway. Y'all remember those guys? This is a slightly different thing. It's a CDI. So, this is a thing I've been looking out for a while, and I can tell you, I'm never buying another TI Silent 700 again. Oh, that sounded bad. But it was fine? Okay, it was fine. Oh, this thing smells so much. So, this is a Computer Devices Miniterm 2000. It's basically a TI Silent 700 if it was cool. It's in very rough shape, and I paid way too much money for it. But I really wanted one. It is full of spiders, like literally. And I don't know if it'll ever work because it probably has the same printer mechanism as the Dot. And I mean, literally, it probably has the exact same one because these came out at the same time. And I know belts are impossible to get for that. So like, there's a nice spider egg sac build-up right there. Look at that. That's falling. That's great there. In the acoustic coupler, there's some nice webbing floating around. That's cool. I'm sure if I looked through that vent, I'd see more. There's some probably mold growing on that acoustic coupler. So yeah, there's a bunch of spider webbing in the ICCC port or IEC port there. So yeah, I think they said they powered it on. Based on the spider web, I think they are dirty liars. Unless there's a live spider in there, but I don't think there is. So now that I look at that, I'm a little frustrated. Because I did spend the money because they said they turned it on, and if they turned it on and it didn't explode, I mean, they could have just lied and said it was untested too. I don't know. But they definitely did not plug it in with the spider webs blocking the port. So, yeah. No, it smells like mold. Like, it smells wrong. It doesn't smell like cigarettes. It smells funky. I'm guessing when I open it up, it's going to look horrible inside. But yeah. So the thing is, okay, why did I want one of these so bad? Because it's just a thermal paper printer terminal. This is the device that killed CDI. So not the Dot. The Dot was delayed because it took them so long to actually set up the manufacturing for this thing. If they hadn't spent so much time spinning their wheels making it's from the 80s. That's the thing. If they hadn't spent so much time spinning their wheels making this thing in the 80s, they could have released the Dot sooner, and that might have actually competed in the market because it wouldn't have been as out of date. Because the Dot was basically done, and then they couldn't produce it until this thing was out the door. If your terminal operator spider is dead, you have source replacement, yeah. Turns out you'd plug it in power, but all that does is just make the spider, like, turns on a bulb so the spider knows to spin the wheel to generate the electricity. But yeah, so this thing is critical to the history of computer devices. I would also like their 1204 mini term. This is the 2000, just because that's the crazy one that has like basic and stuff built in. This has a command key right here. I have no idea what it does. There's a tape button, 2 tape buttons. I don't know what they do. I don't see, there's no tape drive in here. So I don't, unless they just like shared the keyboard between multiple things. I don't think there's a tape connector on there. There's a DAA button. That's when this is for when your acoustic line is digitally recorded and analog produced and analog mastered. Yeah, I don't know why there's a tape button on this at all. Maybe there's some kind of inline tape solution. Yeah, the CDI 1200 is 70s. And insane. Oh my gosh, they're so cool. They're late 70s for the cool ones. Yeah, this thing's sweet. I want to get it going. We got to open it up and look at it. There's a lot going on. It's very weird. But yeah. $50 for a NUC. I guess I could glue a NUC to the back of it. Like, actually, I could put a whole computer on top of the ATX power supply. That would be nothing. Yeah, maybe I could go that route. We opening those up tomorrow? No, we're opening up more Legos. This is just for kicks while we're waiting for the rip to finish. Which we have 6 minutes, and there are 5 discs left. So I think we're going to be investigating the pause feature. I should probably add that now. Touch, pause. Okay. We are paused, so we actually might want to, now that, interesting. It should take that photo and then, yeah, pull the disc in. Okay. I think it'll rip that disc, which I didn't pay attention to what was. Is that Dungeon Keeper 2? No, Wipeout. That's Indie Machine 1. Ooh, that's probably a big one. All right, well, we'll let that finish, and then tomorrow we'll pick up with Indiana Jones, Machine 2, Roll Cage, Duke 3D, and Duke 3D Life's a Beach. So, when is this being opened up? Don't ask questions. You're not getting answers to them. There is no timeline. Because again, this is going to have the exact same problems as the Dot for the belts. I have to get belts. So, graceful pause, complete active operations, then stop. Yeah, it says exactly what it does. So it's going to rip that one, and then it'll stop. There's a chance it'll eject the other 2 drives, but I don't know. If it unloads them, that's fine. There we go. Yeah, that was what I thought it might do. Oh, you can't see. Yeah, it's unloading more drives in the background for media that's already ripped, but it will not replace them. Are belts available? Take a bunch of research looking for old stock. Yeah, it seems to be the case. I think someone pointed me towards some on Amazon that were close-ish, but not quite right. The problem is that they are a weird size. So, yeah. I have a standing order with SDP for some, but they're not going to get them in. I should probably cancel that order so I don't get randomly charged like $80 at some point for belts that I may or may not need. by the time that happens. Well, Dziak, I was not in danger of doing it anytime soon anyway. So, why is the bottom drive going? What is that? Actually, hold on. F5. Bottom drive is Wipeout XL. I forgot. If I just F5'd, it would bring this information up. 3D belt, a TPU. Nah, I mean, I've given up on that concept. I think it's a bad idea. Obviously tried to Dziak him. Oh, gosh. But yeah, someday, mini term, that'll be cool. This seems to be in way better shape than every single TI Silent 700 I've ever seen. So, even though this one's got like weird stains and stuff on here, it has held up so much better. Hopefully the electronics are holding up better too. I have no idea what they're gonna look like inside, but since it is 80s, it shouldn't be too bad. The lid goes on really weird. I kind of hate that part, but it mounts really securely, so it's hard to complain too much. Also, look how rusty that hinge is. Like, oh my gosh, that's just ridiculous. I don't know how you people live in wet places. The stereotype is that, yo, desert, rusty, that kind of stuff. No, we don't have that happen here. This is strictly a green place problem. All right. Leave that there to finish. The smart ones move, yeah. Yeah, it is a super cool prototype atomic keyboard. Heard older processors built on large animator are more likely to survive massive solar flare. Might have a working computer someday. Yeah, I don't think that's really gonna be it. What's the Lego? Well, we finished that part. It was Bender. And that's the stand for Bender. No such file or directory, SimCity 2000 special media.jpg. Well, that's fine, whatever. A little weird, but fine. I was building, built. Yeah, that it is done now.
157 RAers from T2SDE have joined.
End of line.
T2SDE and Raiders, hello and welcome. We are currently like 1 or 2 minutes away from ending stream myself. We have been doing a lot of ripping using my CD ripper robot today. And then to kill time while it's going on, I went ahead and built a Brickcraft building block, totally not Lego, do not steal Bender. So we're currently waiting for the last 2 discs to finish ripping before we wrap this up. Well, yeah, hello and welcome. You need info about the DVD ripper? So this is an Alaritech Auto Publisher LS. You can look up that product name and you'll probably find my wiki about it where I've documented the serial command set for it. I'm using my own software back here that manages multiple CD drives and ripping and decoding the files that are on the discs to break it out as much as possible. And then, yeah, I have a web front end for the software where I can build up my queue of discs to rip and then just add them to it and let it go. So, yeah. I'm currently ripping a bunch of 90s PC games for giggles. But yeah, it was a lot of work. It took me many months to get it to this point. Put my old dishwasher on the curb 7 minutes ago. It's already gone. The system works. Just slap a sign says free on anything. Trying to buy the same in Germany, couldn't find it, unfortunately. Yeah, no, they're pretty uncommon, actually. I found it listed weirdly, and then was able to buy it. I actually bought it. It's not new, and it smells like mold every time I turn it on. Why do people live in moldy places? But it's so awesome. IoT Disk Ripper. I mean, it's a Raspberry Pi away from that, so. Because all the software can run on it for that. So the full YouTube video, amazing work. Ah, cool. Thank you. Auto Publisher Faster is 3D ripping. Wrapping CD time. Chloe, if I add the ability to front load the queue, I think it'll be fine. If I can pop discs on top, then it'll be okay. I just need to get that feature added in. But that's going to require the queue order actually have importance. So, I don't know. It could be a checkbox like this. Whoa, why is Wipeout taking so long to rip? Let's check on that. Make sure it's not like Safe Disk or something. It's only like 3 megabytes in. How did it get so far ahead when it's... Oh, it's only 1 disk behind. Okay. What are we at SCRAM-wise? 300 megabytes? It can't... That's like halfway done. And it's been ripping for 7 minutes. I'm going to let it finish. But that's not super fast for some reason. Was that disk gross? It might have been, actually. Yeah. AZ to UK. Big expense, yeah. Need to release a video? I'm going to release a second channel video. Why do you need to stop it? Can you not just walk away, let it run unattended? I don't live here. When I end the stream, I shut everything down and leave. So, it needs to be done so I can turn it off. Also, we've already seen it fail once today. It clearly cannot be left running unattended. I think I could lower the tray position for the bottom drive. I think that'd be a good idea. Because I think it's releasing it a little too soon.
100 better wipe off the whip out next time.
End of line.
Spooky, thank you for the 100 bits. Well, we haven't had to interrupt it at all this time. The fact that it handles UHD Blu-rays. Yeah. I haven't tried that. It should be capable of it, though. Similar system to Octoprint for it. Well, I mean, I kind of have that. It does manage itself. But if it fails, I still need to intervene like you would with a 3D printer. If you have a layer shift or something and it detects it, it can't solve that. I mean, maybe you could like shove the part off the bed with the extruder and try again, but that would be risky. Need to add a progress bar so I know when my finger to hover over the start streaming button. I don't know how big the disc is until it's done, because like this one's going to be probably 600 or 700 megabytes because it's got CD audio tracks. But then SimCity Network Edition was like, what, 20 megs? 135. Yeah, so there's literally no way to know. Maybe the table of contents could tell me. But, yeah. I keep wanting to look at my phone, but you guys are looking through my phone. Yeah, I can have the RAID controls up here this time, actually, Ben. We can do that. So the way this thing works, it's currently waiting for Wipeout to finish ripping. And then it will remove the Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine disc because the software is set up to I saw the text notification, Deziac. I saw the phone itself is not sending audio. Anyway, the software is set up for FIFO, so it will not reorder the discs, so that my stack of jewel cases here is the exact same order as the ejection disc order, so that I don't have to think when I put them back together. Just reach, stick, reach, stick. Very easy. But that means that the top tray disc is trapped until the bottom disc finishes. We'll give track start, cannot account for rip speed. Some discs, yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I wouldn't even bother trying to calculate speed. It's just not worth it. Oh, I wonder how big the Planet Express ship is going to be. I want Bender to ride it like the bomb at the end of Doctor Strangelove. I don't think I can get him to stick on there well enough, though. I can't not read that in Jim Carrey's voice, Swarm. Supposed to convince you to make the positive pickles a channel point. Oh, yeah, no. I was already told, I already said that I have a different thing that I would do that's identical that I haven't gotten around to. Someday we may have...
100. This is what happens when the bot gets a relationship with their primary mode of transport.
End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. I have a flashcard deck that is 1,000, I think, computer terms. And I want to do a point redeem where we go through them one at a time to read every single one of them. And this is from like the 80s or maybe the 70s. It is old, so it should be hilarious. And I think being able to do like 3 of them per stream at most or something would be kind of fun. Shuttlepod model for his purchase Enterprise. Actually minifig scaler. Ah, that's cool. You're very here for that? I might need to slightly bring the deck talk or something into it to and have the server count how many times it's been redeemed so that I can have it tell me what the next card is, or maybe I can just put like a bookmark in there or something. Sounds like a bite out of the stream. I'm not sure what you're talking about. If you're talking about it being a deviation, it would be like a 10-second one. It's nothing. It's going to be the banana stickers from Metalocalypse. Well, I mean, that would be a thing. 100-point channel redeem, and then instead of having one of the NTFs, you could have a banana sticker. Dude, why is Wipeout taking so long to rip? Oh my gosh, it's almost done now. It's 630 megabytes. It's got to be close, but we were 10 minutes overtime. My notification reminder to turn off all my cameras and stuff actually just fired. We're so close to done, though. Yeah, Ben, I built the Mega Bloks Enterprise D like a decade or two ago. So I'm good. Mega Bloks 1 was good too, though. I have to set a reminder to go home. I have had that, yes. It's always that last 10% that takes forever. I don't know what the deal is right now. The inner part of the disc looked fine. Oh, wait, it finished. It's post-processing now, I think. No, it did not finish yet. Unless it's going back and like reading parts that it had a bad read on or something. I don't know. With Vegas odds of Wipeout completing? It should. We're at 656 megabytes. That's got to be all of the data. I don't know if this is actually correct. It still has to decode that into a bin queue, though. At this point, I'm going to have to dig out my Mega Bloks Model D just to annoy people. You almost had me there with your fake out. Is that a robot arm feeding CD DVDs? Yes, it is. You're about to see it eject too, I think. But yes, it uses a disc changer robot to automate ripping discs. All right, updating drive status, waiting for previous media. All previous media has been ripped, so why are you waiting? You know what? I'm just going to pull the feed bin out. I'm going to copy out the files, then I'm going to unpause, and then I'm just going to let it error. So input, Infernal Machine to here, copy, put those in temp. All right. Then I can delete pause, it'll remove everything, and then we can wrap this up. So, unpaused. There we go. No, there's no more discs. Don't, oh, jeez. Okay, well now it's not gonna be happy. There's no discs, just give up. Just remove the old ones. What are you doing? Is it going to go to the next one now? Good, it gave up. Remove the two, please. Oh well, we're done now. I'm just going to kill it. I'll remove them by hand. Like some kind of animal. Ugh. I don't like getting in there and moving them by hand because I'm afraid I'm going to bump the webcam and then have to re-angle it. So, all right. That's going to be it. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream from here because I have a better way of controlling the server on this computer, which is how I do that. So, it is outro time. All right. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out while we ripped some CDs and built some Lego Bender. Real quick, like, while I'm here, I'm also gonna go ahead and release a second channel video. You all can watch that whenever you feel like, because we're actually gonna raid Ben here if Ben wants to start up their stream. Second channel video is not critical. It's not gonna be the end of the world if you wait a little bit to watch it, but it is out now, and it is speculating on what I should include in a analog video capture video. So if you want to provide input on how big that video should be, how complicated it is, you could do that there. But that's gonna be it for now. Come over here, quickly copy Ben's name so I don't have to remember how it's spelled. Boop. Ben is live. All right. Well, that's going to be it for now. If you guys enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon. But that's it for now, and I will see you next time. Raid starting now, and I'll do the printout for giggles. There it is.